Hello there. Good evening. Happy Friday. It's uh it's Friday. Hope everybody's doing well. If you're in the US, uh hope you had a reasonable Thanksgiving. Um Hello Bam Bam. Good evening. Thanks for joining. Hi Thor. How's it going? Thanks for joining. Yeah, it was I wasn't I was when I scheduled this live stream, I was planning on just doing some photo processing, and that will be the bulk of what I do tonight. But then it started looking like it would be a little clearer, but the transparency, like the is it the transparency? The transparency isn't great, and the seeing was kind of okay. Like it's kind of windy, and so I set up one telescope outside. It's clear at the moment, but there was a lot of high cirrus just a little bit ago, so I guess I didn't want to kind of make that the focus when the conditions weren't great and might change. So um, let me change to the overall screen. For some reason, that's not buttons. Of course, the button's not working. Let me see what's going on. Okay, here we go. Yeah. So just let me move off the all sky. But yeah, I was looking at astroperic and originally it was showing some clouds. Some of this was over here, but you can see it's like below average transparency and the seeing is below average. So it wasn't necessarily optimal, but we'll try something. And since I usually start with the telescope, since it's out right now, I might go ahead and point it at something. And I set up the alt azimuth one just because um, if I didn't get the equatorial alignment correct the first time, I have to go down and adjust it. I was like, I'm not gonna bother with that tonight. Oh, I stopped and restarted Alp. Let me restart that. Oh, hello Turf. Good evening. Thanks for joining. Yeah, so like I say, I'm just going to figure out something to point this at. And what I was going to do tonight, or what I was going to do this time, is I was I had taken some of the Seestar native mosaics, the ones where the relatively new feature that was added to the Seestar, where it can shoot a mosaic, and it does that by kind of doing a spiral of photos, and it stacks them itself, but with other software. And I'd been using the dev version of Siril. It can stack those mosaics, but I was running into an issue where it was crashing. So I'm going to try two different things. First, I'm just going to try processing the already stacked image from the Seestar. So the Seestar generates a FITS file, and I'm going to process that. But I'm also going to give it another try of restacking. So we'll see. I'm going to go ahead and download the very latest build because the build I downloaded the last time still had the crashing issue. But first, I'm going to find something to process. Or not to process, to image. Hello. Good evening, Mark. Mark, how's it going? Thanks for joining. So I was going to, like I say, first I'll get started with a target or two. I need to figure out what's visible at the moment. It's already after 7:30, but a lot of the targets I had been imaging, or that I would be interested in imaging, are later in the evening. Although, since I have mosaic mode on this one, we could do some things. Let me move this off camera, off screen. So let's go ahead and bring up Stellarium and see what could be imaged. Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like Monday might be better here for observing. And so if so, I'll do a live stream Monday. But then besides that, it looks like that's like the only other day over the next 10 days here. It's going to be cloudy and dreary. So while I'm trying to find, let me see, Stellarium. And yeah, so I'm just going to do something real quick here. I'm not going to... Should I try the Pleiades? Actually, you know what? This is going to be a little bit more challenging, but what the heck? We'll try it. It might end, well, I don't know. I was thinking the Heart Nebula, but it could end up being very underwhelming. So I'm hesitant to, oh, wrong camera setup. I should have a button to like reset it to the Seestar. Yeah, I'm kind of, might not be the best target. Just from a practical point of view. Let's see. Let us see. What could we do here? What would be a good area to do a quick... I mean, I've done the Pleiades. I've done the Andromeda Galaxy. So I just want to get something started that's not one of those. And one of the things I'm going to do is I'm going to process the previous mosaics I've done of, well, the Andromeda Galaxy one might be challenging, and we'll look at that one. But the Pleiades ones should be good, and the Orion Nebula one should be a good one to reprocess. I don't know. What would be a good target? I mean, what magnitude is Andromeda? Okay. I do wonder. No, that's a lot dimmer. I wonder if there's something in here. Some kind of cluster. What's this down here? Oh, that's an artifact. These things, when you bring up the DSS data set, it has these artifacts, which are, if you look at it, they're the telescope, and here's like the veins from the center, or either the secondary or the camera, and they're usually off near very bright stars. So that particular catalog has that quirk. What would be good? I don't want to, or maybe I do Andromeda, but I do kind of a more focused one. I'll do Andromeda because the other ones were kind of had mishaps happen. Although what would be the framing on this on Pac-Man? Would it be worth having? No. Sometimes some targets have interesting things nearby, and I'm afraid like the Heart Nebula and the Baby Nebula would be way too dim. But what I was thinking of doing is a smaller mosaic. But would that look okay? A smaller mosaic of Andromeda. Because, like, if I try to capture it fully, the full amount after an hour, by the time it's not able to get all the data it needs before it ends up going behind a building. So maybe that's not the best one. bright is the California Nebula? It's not that bright, though. I'm just afraid that of doing something too bright, or I mean too dim. Actually, let me look around in this area and see if there's any. Unfortunately, I still haven't set it up where I can view the Seestar app on screen. But sorry. I have to kind of finagle it here without unplugging something. Oh, yeah. One thing I haven't done it yet, but I've been wanting to do more with Windows on stream, and I have a computer, but I didn't want to get rid of what was on the drive it had, so I got a real cheap NVMe drive, and over the weekend I hope to put it in the new machine and install Windows on it, and then I can maybe next stream I'll be able to test out some Windows specific software. Okay, so first thing is I'm bringing up the Seestar app, and we can see on here that it should, what I need to do is give up control, release control, so that I can grab it over here. And actually, let me see if I can, let me try this just in case I can, oh, just realized something. Hold on. What I meant to do, I keep forgetting this, but what I meant, hold on. And this software is having issues. Always something. Basically, I'm trying to change something real quick here. And oh, what I meant to do, I forgot to turn on my my Galaxy. There we go. Anyway, yeah, deeply important. But it reminded me because I was wanting to try to share as an overlay the Seestar app. So let's see if I can do this. Because the last time I did it, it looked terrible. Wow, it kind of looks terrible. You know what I could do? This is what I can do. I can see if I can do this without screwing up the audio. I know, that's very confidence inspiring. What I could do is switch to overlay. Wait, which camera is that? Hold on. Sorry, I'm just trying to get my bearings here. 1, 2, graph. Second. Oh, is that right? Yeah, there we go. It's not ideal, but at least it doesn't have the weird artifact. And I should theoretically even be able to bring up chat if I need to. Let me test. Yeah, I can bring up chat even. You can't see me, but we're here for the astronomy. Okay, so this is not updating. Interesting. Let's see. Why isn't it updating? That's not actually what the app is running. Okay. It's weird. Very weird. Let's see. There we go. I had to go into OBS and restart this. Okay, so this, you can see this is the iPad app. And so I can go in, let's find something to image. And this is not the very latest firmware. The very latest firmware that came out a few days ago has some issues with horizontal calibration. And I know it was causing some issues for people to image, and it completely messed up people with equatorial mode. But as I understand, there's a fix underway for that. But I'm running the version that was the latest a week ago, so it's still pretty recent. So actually what I was going to do is look, I've barely looked in the screen recently because I've been using Alp, but let's see what objects it says are good. Beehive cluster. Problem is Orion is obstructed right now. Andromeda is a maybe. Yeah, Baby Nebula. Yeah, that's obstructed. That's about to be not obstructed. So, yeah, none of these are, jellyfish would be neat, but that's too low. Actually, let me look up Jellyfish Nebula. Because if that one, jellyfish, I just wanted to see what the brightness of that was. Okay. Huh. Well, maybe not. So let's see what it... Oh, so that area around the flaming star I'm going to do next, definitely, because that will be rising above the house in the backyard soon, or the house behind us, I should say, not in my backyard. Yeah, let's see. So none of these are particularly, or nothing here that's kind of unexpected. So I might, what I was thinking, oh, what was I thinking of? It was, what area was it I just was looking at? It was some area with a nebula, but then, dang it. What did I just say? Well, we could do that. No, it's just clusters. There was something where I saw it. Wasn't it the Pac-Man Nebula? Could it be? Because that's kind of high, I think, isn't it? Yeah, it wasn't Pac-Man. I don't think. It was it near the M&M cluster? I thought there was something a little lower in the sky where I could see some nebulosity and some clusters that I could try to get both. Yeah, the flaming star, I think, is obstructed at the moment. Let me see. Oh, actually. Yeah, it's still obstructed. Unfortunately. No, there was something. I thought I want to image that area. you know, like in an hour or so. But before then, there was something. Is it over here? No. I thought I had seen like some nebula that I've imaged before, but there was some stuff in the area that might be of interest. And I didn't think it was. I didn't think it was Pac-Man Nebula because that's pretty high. But maybe it was. Let me turn off this catalog. Was it something around Triangulum? Oh, okay. Was it Flaming Star? Because that's not, it's, I mean, that's something I'll image eventually. Maybe it was, maybe I had said that and I just had made a mistake because I had accidentally forwarded time in Stellarium like an hour. Oh, could that be? It might have been around the Fossil Footprint Nebula. Like there's a couple of clusters around there. Maybe that's what I saw. Maybe that's what I saw. Could it be? Actually, that could be interesting. I'm just looking for something a little maybe different. Yeah. My darn obstructions. Well, no. No, no, no. See the fossil footprint. Let me look at Pac-Man, see where Pac-Man is. Oh, okay. Right. See, it wasn't Pac-Man because there isn't anything near Pac-Man that is jumping out at me. Maybe it was the fuzzy butterfly cluster because there's a few clusters near each other, and maybe I was gonna image the lot of them because I'm not seeing anything else here. The northern Trifid is kind of underwhelming. Yeah. Yeah, maybe I'll do those clusters. The fuzzy butterfly. I'm sure I'll remember after I start this, but or I go around the double cluster and I just make a bigger mosaic. Maybe I'll do that. So let's go. I don't have it on screen, but I'm kind of looking at Stellarium on my computer. But now let's go back over here. NGC 869. Okay, locate target. And see there's two clusters there. And what I was thinking about is just as an experiment, expanding that area. Good evening, Mark Lot. Oh, the overlay didn't fully work. But good evening. Actually, I can fix that. That should not be. Let me see that. Try that again. Good evening, Mark Lot. Thanks for joining. So I'm going to just pick this right here, but maybe I'll increase the framing. Actually, maybe I'll do the rotation. So I rotated 90 degrees, and then I expanded a bit. So, maybe I don't rotate it. Let's see. Okay, almost there. Okay, we'll do that 0.6 hour. Yeah, I'll do 0.6 hour. I'll do 0.6 hour in this. So it'll just be a slightly expanded view of the of this double cluster, which is NGC 8. Is that right? Yeah, it's NGC 869 and NGC 884, which I have imaged before, but I haven't done a mosaic of this area. So we'll do go to. Brought 3 scopes out and click Seestar and get low clouds after sunset. That sucks. I hate it when that happens. I've how is it doing in my sky? Yeah, I actually had mine clear, but the seeing and transparency are below average, so I just decided to bring one scope out and focus more on photo processing tonight. Although it doesn't look like it right now because I'm starting to image, but I figured I'd start with this. So after this is done, okay, so you can see, and I'll start imaging. You can use Nina to schedule big scopes when to start, but the Seestar, yes, the Seestar does not have it by default, but if you use Alp, which I'll switch back to that once I'm done with this, which is the open source software that can control the Seestar, it supports scheduling. Okay, cool. So I now go to switch back control. I go back to here and pick advanced. I pick advanced feature, guest mode, and then release control. And then I can switch back to, oh, and I need to shut this off because otherwise this is going to look weird. Chat over, nope, not chat overlay. There we go. Okay, now we're back. Yeah, a little painful getting that on screen, but let's go back to Alp and claim control. And now I can go view live. So mark a lot. This is, whoa. It's glitching is what it is. Let's see if it grabs the latest. Interesting. I mean, sometimes what I do ends up being, end up doing weird things, but hold on. But basically, Alp, or Seestar Alp has a built-in scheduler, so you can use that to schedule an evening's session. Let's see. It's thinking. Oh, that's a good point. I should clean that up. It's basically what happens is it's set up to, because by default I have 2, and the way it caches the information, which I should probably fix that, because I have in the past imaged 2 with 2. It's still got the old information. So let me delete that. Hold on. Getting there. All right, data browser. Hello. Okay, slow to load. And we will remove the equatorial one. And so theoretically it should next time it refreshes, it'll only show the one target. Cool. Thanks for mentioning that. And I should come up with a better way of doing that. So why isn't it? Sorry, it was glitching. Yeah, I need a plugin. Well, there is a simple INDI driver included with ALP, but I don't know if Nina can control that, but it's not a full featured plugin. And it runs on Raspberry Pi right as only, I think. It might be, I think someone was talking about creating a more general version, but then although I forget, there was the Seestar itself actually supports, I don't know if anybody's used Nina with it, but it supports like an LX200 protocol or something. I'm not sure. But this is a relatively simple mosaic. And this is okay. It's weird. It's like it's running slow. Sorry, I'm looking at some issues here. Sorry. Never fails. Oh, interesting. I have some local changes here. Oh man, I made a bunch of changes recently to the software locally, and I forgot. I should have probably backed them out. That's not good. Well, that's interesting. I may have had a network issue, which has happened before, stream before, but I haven't had it happen on a stream. Actually, maybe that's part of the problem. Let me try something here right now. I'm gonna bring okay, that worked. I'm really confused. The reason I'm confused is okay, cool. Yeah, what's confusing is I'm running ALP on here, and it was timing out talking to the Seestar. But I have the Seestar app over here, and it's able to see. It's just very confusing. I don't know that I understand what's going on here. Hold on. Let me try something real quick here, and then I'm going to move on if I can't figure it out. But basically, I should be able to. Let's look at which telescope it is. 251. Huh. Oh. Hold on a second. I'm going to try something here, and hopefully I don't break the stream. I know that's always real encouraging when I say that. Okay. Come on. Okay. Let me see if this works. All right, cool. That works. And so what I think happened. Anyway, let me restart it. And I think it's good now. Okay, cool. All right. Yeah, it has something to do with the performance of the wireless access point. And I try to use only a hardwired connection on this computer. So it doesn't try to, so the wireless doesn't get overloaded. But, okay, cool. We're back. So this is the state of the mosaic. Not bad, 38, 39 frames now. And so, yeah, I know I've mentioned this before, but the mosaic starts in the center and it kind of goes in a spiral. So it's kind of filled in everything except the corners now. Well, that's nice. That'll be nice to process. Okay. Speaking of which, segue. Before I get to that, so I'm going to start processing some, I'm going to start looking at some of the mosaics I've already done using the Seestar native mosaic, and then we're going to reprocess some of them. But if you haven't liked the video while I'm stirring that up, please like the video. It does help the channel a lot. And actually, what I was going to do is I was going to download the latest and greatest. Oh, and in Astro News, before I forget, someone had posted on the Discord server, which, oh, hello, Widely Site. How's it going? Speaking of Discord, there is a Discord server for the channel. Let me bring it up, send a link. But, yeah, speaking of, oh, there's a lot. I need to remember all the things I was going to mention. But, basically, so the Discord server. So it's a place to share photos and discuss astronomy related things. But so this came up on the in Discord, but the there's a few major solar satellites. One of them is the Solar Dynamics Observatory, I think, SDO, and the data center, the operations center that they use had a broken pipe and flooded, and it's down. And so this is one of the other ones. So this is NOAA's website, and they pull data from different sources. But if you go to like the SDO website, yeah, due to an outage, it's offline. And when you go look at images, well, none of these are current, but so this is down. I mean, it's not getting new data, but luckily there are some other sites, but they're not as high quality. But yeah, it was kind of like, oops. One of the other satellites that is working, or the website, the satellite and its website are working, is the Soho satellite, and but that's like a 30-year-old telescope at this point. And one of the other ones was GOES 16 is still working. So, I mean, technically SDO is still working. It's just their operations center is down because of a very terrestrial problem. So let's go to Siril. So this is the Siril. I know I've mentioned this before, but I'll just share the link. This is the Siril, where the Siril source code is. And they have a release, and then they have nightly builds. So what I end up doing is, or not nightly builds, but continuous builds as things get merged in. So I'm going to grab, let me make sure this is the latest one. I'm going to grab this version, which is as of 4 hours ago. And that download, that was fast. That was like, how big was that zip file? Let's see. 1.3. Wait, what's the zip file name? Okay. So let's see. I gotta download that. Actually, what I need to do is just unzip it first. Yeah, that file was about 50 meg. So it's build 1247. So this is when you double click on the disk image, you get this, and I copy it there, and then do that, and it unpacks to 200 meg. And so we may, it may or may not be, I'm going to process the pre-stacked image first, but I will try restacking it. But I'm not going to do that first because I ended up crashing Siril several times last time. And okay, cool. So I have it downloaded now and installed. So let's go look at, I'm going to start it up here. Oh, there's a security feature on Mac where it has this quarantining, and it'll say it's damaged and cannot be opened. You should move it to the trash. No, it's just I need to unquarantine it. And now, when I start it, it is fine. So, well, the images we're going to look at. Let's look at the images. There is a, let's see, Athena. Okay. So, all right, cool. Sorry. Please bear with me. All right, here we are. Oh, or are we? Where did I put that? Sorry, I copied it to, I thought I copied it to the external drive, but let me see where I put it. because it's kind of need to know where I copy those files to. $11.29. Oh, that's why I have a directory called Astrophotos on my laptop, but also on the external drive. And guess which one I was looking at? The wrong one. So here we go. All right. All right. So these are all the mosaics I've done using the Seestar native mosaic. I'll look at these are the stacked images, and specifically I'm looking at the ones that were stacked on the Seestar, and I'm looking at the JPEGs just for ease of use. Okay, so this is a nebula, and I forget which one that is. That's let's see, AE, or okay, it's the Flaming Star Nebula. There we go. This is something that I was planning on imaging later. This was almost an hour. It's 384 frames, so it was over an hour of data. Then I have IC 434, which is the Horsehead Nebula and Flaming Star, I think. Flaming Nebula. And this one I ended up stopping early. So you can see it's didn't complete. But that's okay. We still have enough that we could process with that. I've done a couple of M31s, but they both kind of ended abruptly because the Andromeda galaxy crossed the meridian and ended up getting blocked by a house, and so ended up with these terrible artifacts. That was one night, and here was another night. Like, what in the world happened there? I think one of the last frames, a plane ended up flying through the frame. So these I would have to completely restack in Siril, so I'll leave those for last. Then I did M42. This one looks like it would be a pretty clean one to process, so definitely should do this one. I'll flag that. And M45 I've done twice, the Pleiades. So here was one night, and here was another night. So like the framing is slightly different between the two. One is a slightly wider field of view. This is slightly wider, but we might still be able to process these. And you notice this one, it didn't complete. So this one I'll do a little later. And then this one is the Rosette Nebula. That's not bad. Let's see what we can get out of this. I'll do this like maybe at the very last, and then M31 is red alert. And these colors don't mean anything, just something for me to consider. I'm not sure if I'm going to do this one tonight. I already have a plenty. This one might be worth doing, so I'm going to flag this one. So M42, let's start with M42, because I think that one, so this is the JPEG, this is the FIT file, so you can see there is a lot more detail in there. Now, again, as always, this is Bortle 9. There may have been moon involved, and so the conditions were challenging to say the least. So let's change directory. Oh, and then the other thing I was thinking of getting to, maybe I'll do it over the weekend, I don't know, but earlier today, because it was fairly clear, I ended up, I had thought I might do some processing of solar photos, but I don't think I will. but I did capture. The conditions were kind of okay. I mean, it was very turbulent, so the conditions were definitely not ideal. But let's see if I can bring this up. Um, the the videos are in this SER format, and I have this SER player. Okay, so this is kind of one of the videos, and so I was hoping to process these and try to get, more detail out of it. Um, but yeah, there's 16-bit mono. There's a lot of artifacts, a lot of, you can see the massive amount of turbulence. So maybe I might give it a shot over the weekend, and if it looks okay, or maybe, you know, this is why joining the Discord server. Uh, if you haven't joined the Discord server, I've considered joining it because uh, I know there's been a few times where I've gone live on Discord and done some live coding and observing over in the evening, and I know at least one or two other people have also, when they're observing, have shared video on there, and I might go ahead and do some photo processing and maybe kind of do it online so people can watch or heckle me or whatever. um, Whatever. But we're not going to do the solar images today, I think. So let's go here. And which one did we want to do first? Do we want to do M42 first? I mean, yeah, what the heck? It's a bright one, so we'll start with that. And so here is the fit file. And again, this is in the alpha version of Siril. And so this is already stacked. So the first thing I'm going to do, I think, is the color calibration. I haven't spent enough time with the spectrophotometric color calibration, which is a new feature in the dev versions of Siril. So I'm just going to stick with photometric. And I guess it's okay. So, and usually, as I have in the past, I save my intermediate steps. Yeah. So, now at this point, do I want to do the star extraction, or do I do the noise reduction and noise reduction? This is looking nice. It's filled in the bottom. It's almost filled in the top. Or do I want to do, let me start up Graxpert because I'm going to be using Graxpert here. And I'm also going to be using the SETI Astro tools. So I'm going to bring that up here. Just trying to think of which step I want to do next. And let's bring up SETI Astro because that takes a little bit to fire up. Okay, that's starting. Let me go ahead and load this. Load the image. Okay. Okay, this one. And so one thing I've noticed, I don't know if does it do background extraction? Because it seems, yeah, I guess. It's almost like it does some level of correction. The Seestar mosaic process. Yeah, so we'll denoise that. Now, one thing I've noticed with some of the processing I've done, it ends up, I end up with some weird artifacts around the bright stars, so we'll see if I can avoid that this time. It goes back to it. It happens when I do the like when I do the star extraction and then recombine it. I end up with some weird artifacts, and I'm not sure. Oh, that took a while to launch. All right. While we're waiting, let's go ahead and bring up. Nope, not Cyril. Let's bring up the browser. Just see how that's doing. And while we're waiting, if you haven't liked the video, please subscribe, please consider joining the Discord server. It's all is the joining the Discord server doesn't help the channel directly, but it's yeah, it's I'm doing the hard sell on it. It's a place where you can share. It's a good place to share astronomy images or links or whatever else. One thing I've been looking at is Black Friday sales. I'm trying to see if there's been anything kind of interesting. And there have been sales. I mean, it happens at other times too, but there have been sales on some gear, including like ZWO cameras. They many of them seem to be about 10% off, and the Seestar itself is on sale, I believe, still for $50 off. So the S50, that is, not the new one. It's on, I think it's on sale for $450. Yeah, 10% off, so it's $450. And yeah, some other things. Takahashi, if you want to pick up a very nice, yeah, some of the CWO stuff is more off. Yeah, 20% off. Yeah, I'm thinking of picking up a kind of a lower mid-level astro camera, something better than some of the ones I have. And I did pick up off Amazon the SV Bony 220 filter. Which is dual band nebula filter. It's normally, I think, like 160. It's on sale for, I think it was on Amazon for 109. It's a pretty decent one, pretty well reviewed, and a lot cheaper than some of the alternatives. And if any of those things, if you're in the market for any of those, I do have affiliate links in the description. But get a new Finder camera ZWO. Well, if you get it from High Point Scientific, I have an affiliate link in the description. Unfortunately, a lot of that stuff you can't get on Amazon, and I don't have any other affiliate link. I mean, I don't have one like through Regina or anything yet. But if you use one of the affiliate links, I may receive a small commission, and it doesn't cost you anything. So, like the proverbial link is in the description. Okay, cool. So it's denoised. Here's the original, and with gradient and denoise, this is what it looks like. Nice, looks smoother. And so let's save this. Do I want to crop it? I think I'm going to crop it just a tiny bit. because I see a little bit. I'm not going to crop out all the noise because I think I'd crop too much. I'm just going to crop it just a tad to get some of the noise around the edge. All right, cool. So let's save this. And there. Okay, let's go back to the live view. That's okay, that's all filled in. That's looking pretty nice. I think this, maybe I'll actually process this one next. Actually, this might be, because this one is going to be a relatively simple one to process. Because I don't have to worry about the nebulosity, so I can just focus on the stars. Cool. So let's load this up. And that's the auto stretched view. Here's the linear view. So what I'll do is I'll do a star removal, pre-stretch, generate star mask, upsample, and run. And like I say, if you haven't liked the video, please consider liking the video, or don't forget to like the video before. There's no time like the present. All right. And once this is done, then I will load the starless version into SETI Astro and process it there. And one thing I need to do, I don't have the later version of Cosmic Clarity. I have the one that's still standalone, so let's see. Okay. All right. It's getting there. But yeah, once that new filter is going to show up, and I'm not going to have clear skies for a number of days. Monday I'll have one, and I don't think I'll have time to get it set up for Monday, but you never know. Maybe I will. I'll see. I'll see if I can get something set up for Monday. All right. Okay, done. Just under 2 minutes. Now, it often doesn't get rid of these bright stars, and I think this is where I get into trouble. So, we'll see how this works. Okay, and we're going to load the starless one. And let me preview. Okay, zoom out. Okay, let's see what it looks like. This is what it looked like auto stretched. And this 25% looks similar. Let's see what it looks like a little bit less. It's 15%. I'll try 20% and then try these other settings. Normalize image. Okay, that doesn't do much. And let's try tweaking the curves just a little bit. See, that makes it. I don't think I need to make it. Like, it's just, I mean, it's adding more detail, but it's also kind of making this area like a lot brighter. So I'm not sure if I want to do that. So like looking at this detail here. Now if I go 10% or 5% even, I haven't lost, have I lost detail? Maybe that's okay. Maybe just a little bit's okay. Let me try making a lot more. 15. Yeah, see, I feel like, yeah, I mean, I'm making some of the more extended stuff brighter, but I'm also kind of losing, feel like I'm losing some detail in here, like this kind of line right here. And I haven't drizzled this, so I could have got more detail perhaps with drizzling. Maybe bring it down. Is that okay? Is that worth it? Yeah, that might be worth it. 7 might be worth it. Now what happens if I bring this down? Conflicted. Because I feel like I'm losing some detail though at that point. Like in this area, I feel like I'm losing detail with, let's see what happens with that. Maybe. It like 0.2 feels like it's too much. Although on the other hand, like some of this detail, or maybe I just changed them. I mean, it's a trade-off. Like, let's look at this. Yeah, maybe 2.5 is worth it because of the extra definition around here and extra definition here. Okay, I'll do that, and I'm not gonna do the so I'll go 0.25, but I'm not doing any no curves right now. Dot fits, because otherwise it sometimes ends up doing a TIFF file. Anyway, so star stretch, select star image, star mask. Holy moly, what in the world is it doing? What is going on there? That looks terrible. Let's look at the star mask in here. Maybe it's, yeah, it's like that trapezium area just totally messed it up. Meanwhile, this one is going well. I wonder if I just recombine. I just want to see what it happens, what it looks like when I recombine. I haven't stretched the stars, but I'm kind of concerned about the artifacts now. All right. If this ends up going south, I'm just going to abandon. Images don't match. Oh. Okay. I know why. Wait. Did I? I hope I didn't accidentally quit City Astro. That would have been silly. I think I did accidentally quit it. All right. So that's the linear view. I shouldn't have. I accidentally quit the image, quit the SETI Astro software, and now I have to wait for it to restart. Turf, which finder scope? Oh, the 220. Sorry, I started asking the question. I realized you had already said it. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, the 220. Cool. What are the specs on this? It's let's see. That's cool. Anyway, okay, cool. All right, all right. Let's load up. No, I already did this, so let's look at star stretch. And gotta go back to the drive. Okay, star mask. I'm just not thrilled about this. Like, what did it do? Maybe I need to just... Yeah. Okay, that makes sense for your planetary scope. Yeah. I have an older... I have like the 120. All right. Maybe I just... It just looks horrible. Oh, and this is where it's doing that. See these artifacts here? Where it ends up doing these weird color kind of artifacts, and it might be a symptom of I think it's just a symptom of the star extraction and the fact the stars are bloated to begin with. Wow. Wow. Yikes. Problem is I ended up reducing the stretch to get rid of all the weird... I wonder if I load this. Let me cancel this. Let me try loading the star mask. Yeah, see, they're bloated in here too. Interesting. Well, this looks pretty bad, but let me look at it. I think the problem is I saved it as floating point. That's why it was complaining about combining it, because one was probably 16-bit and the other was... Actually, that would be easy enough to fix. Star mask, and then save it as a fit file. What do you call it? 32-bit. Okay, and maybe then it'll be happy. So, star processing, star recomposition, close current image, yes. Load the curves one, this one, and then we'll load this one, which is the star mask. Errors don't match. Nope, that wasn't my problem. Oh well. Oh, hi Harshal. Thanks for joining. Glad, appreciate it. Glad you liked the stream. And don't forget to like if you haven't liked the video already. And likewise, anybody else watching, feel free to like. Why isn't this working? It can be very frustrating at times. Maybe, you know what? That's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to, oops, why did I do that? Star recomposition. Are you sure? Yes. Load it. And let's load the curves and load that one. Why does it say how can the images not match? I didn't crop them. Well, I might, oh, hello, Hein. How's it going? Thanks for joining. I might have to abandon mission on this one until I have a chance to think about why it's failing. It's kind of weird. Meanwhile, this is getting pretty close to being, yeah, done, I think. So let me go look at, Stellarium to see if we can go ahead and image the flaming star. Although maybe before we do that, let's see. Well, let me make sure I have the current time. So a lot of times I don't have the right time. Oh, shoot. I just remembered something. Speaking of, I hate this. I need to automate this. I meant to turn on the background music. Tomorrow's your birthday? Well, happy birthday, Hein. I actually have a birthday coming up, but not too far away. But let me double check that I have the music running. Okay, I just want to make sure it's not too loud. Yeah. Let me see if that... Yeah, I dropped it a little bit in loudness. It's changing songs. Okay, cool. All right, I'm back. So before we image the... Is this already? Oh yeah, it's plenty high enough. Okay, cool. Well, we can image this anytime now. Although, instead of the flaming star, I could do this area instead. I might do that, just so I don't repeat. But this area including the tadpoles and the spider nebula, that could be interesting. NGC 7010. it's blocked. Of course. It never fails. Never fails. But I'll keep this I will keep this the existing one going for just a brief bit longer until, because I want to just double check that maybe we did, to see if we want to do anything more with the flaming star. Although, wait, just getting my bearings here. Oh wait, no. Okay. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the flaming star. Oh yeah, it's visible. Okay, cool. Yeah, we might not do the flaming star, but might end up doing like this area down here, get the spider nebula and maybe the tadpoles. Maybe the spider fly and tadpoles, so that might be a good one to try. So let's see first. I just want to load up the flaming, what is it called? The Flaming Star Nebula, which I've previously done a mosaic of. So we will go to this, and I just want to see what it looks like. Like, what did I get? Okay, see, that's kind of dim. But, and that was after that was over an hour. Yeah. So even if I do like a histogram search, stretch, it's not a whole lot. I mean, it's like really noisy. It definitely captured some of it, but I have a feeling this would require a lot more data to really do it justice. So maybe I'll just try the spider and fly. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to stop this mosaic because this seems to be pretty filled in. So what I'm going to do is switch back. Well, first we go, wait, we go guest mode, release control, so I can take it over here. And, all right, so, let's see if I can switch over to switcher and switch to there. Okay. Now, unfortunately, okay. All right, cool. So you can see this. I need to click on or tap, take control. So now I have control, and this is looking pretty nice. So only a half hour worth of data, but the results look pretty good, and I think this will clean up nicely. So let me go ahead and stop this. And now we'll go over to that tadpoles area. Okay. And we are, the specific target is, I'll just plug in the spider. That's IC417. And so we'll see how this works out. And I have to make sure that the light pollution filter is turned on. Okay, so up here is the flaming nebula. Here is the spider, and here are the tadpoles. And this is the fly. So, do we want to try to get both in one? Let's see how long it claims it'll take. So I'm going to rotate it, actually. Rotate the mosaic. And then increase the size. Says it'll take an hour for that size. Could probably do it a little bit bigger. And actually, let me zoom out. Let's see. All right. If I make it a little bit bigger, yeah, maybe I'll just go all in on this. Why not? So with this framing, I would get this. This probably won't turn out at all. Maybe I should scale back my ambition. I'm gonna decrease it. Let's see. I mean, some of the extended areas aren't going to show up anyway. So, or do I instead try to get, maybe I go the other direction, try to get the spider, the fly, M38. M38. Where's M38? Which is the starfish cluster. The screen froze and went dark. Oh. Huh. It is kind of dark. I'm not sure. Well, let me go ahead and pick this, and I'll go back to see what the framing is. Oh. Huh. Says it'll take an hour to do this. I think I'll just start with this rather than getting too carried away. So let's go to that. Let's see. Seestar app. Okay. All right. So it's basically the framing is the spider, the fly, and the starfish cluster, which is M38, and yeah, let me turn on the light pollution filter since there are going to be two nebulas in there, so we'll see how this goes. And start. And once this gets a frame, it claims it'll take a bit over an hour, so we'll get that going, and then we can get back to photo processing. All right. And usually after that, there we go. Now, unfortunately, it's going to be, what do you call it? It's going to be rotated, but we'll make do. All right, I'm going to take a sip of water here for real quick. Okay, that was more than a sip, but all right, cool. So one thing. Oh. And I forgot to release control. All right. So now I can reclaim control so we can view it in the web browser while I'm doing other things. So one of the things I'm going to do is that M32, I've kind of got to figure out what's going on with that. I mean M42. But in the meantime, I want to take a look at that mosaic that we just did. Because I think that one might actually be kind of cool. Pi. Okay. Okay. I actually have, sorry, which one was that? Was it NGC 869, I believe. All right. All right. And okay. Almost there. All right. All right. And all right. Copy. Okay. So now we can go. I grabbed, sorry, it took a little bit of time, but I grabbed that mosaic that was just done. And this is the outer telescope version. So that's pretty darn good, actually. If there was anything I would critique with that, it's that there's a bit of noise, and some of these stars we might be able to tighten up a bit, but I like the colors otherwise, so I'm not gonna, I don't want to necessarily go crazy on that, so let's just load it into Graxpert. And we will, do we want to crop it? It looks pretty uniform in noise, like the noise looks good all the way to the edge, so I'm just gonna do background extraction. Now, I think they must be doing some kind of background extraction with the native mosaic because they seem pretty clean, which would make sense because otherwise your mosaics would be really hard to process. So I'll run the denoise, and then after I do the denoise, I'll save it out. I want to stretch it, but might be able to just get away with stretching it in Siril. And then run it through Cosmic Clarity to tighten up the stars. I think I'll do that. Yeah, I'll stretch it in Siril. I'll just do the kind of the manual stretch. Well, I'll try the histogram stretch, and if that looks okay, I'll just go with that. If not, I'll do GHS stretch. Oops, I was gonna go over here. I just wanted to see how this was going. Yeah, we'll see. There's going to be 2 nebula and 2 clusters in here. So there's this one, and then there's also going to be M37 somewhere over here, I think. And then the 2 nebulas there, I think. Depends on how it's rotated. Yeah, one thing I want to try once I get Windows, I have a mini PC over here, and it came with Windows, but then I put Linux on it. I don't want to get rid of the Linux on there. I don't have enough space to dual boot it, so I got a cheap NVMe drive. I'm going to throw it in there, install Windows on it, and because I'm kind of curious how, well, it's probably not going to be any better, but definitely going to try doing some of the processing under Windows. Plus, I'll be able to try out ALP under Windows for the first time, which will be good. So, yeah. Oh, and one thing I did a couple days ago, or no, actually, was it over? It was just, yeah, it was either Wednesday. I think it was Wednesday. I have been wanting to get true remote imaging working, or remote telescopes working with the Seestar with SSC/Seestar ALP. But I want to be able to do it securely and in a straightforward manner. So that would, both of those would kind of rule out people having to make network changes at home to expose their Seestars over the internet. Like, that isn't secure, and it's not necessarily that straightforward if you don't if you aren't used to messing around with your router settings. So I started working on some changes, and I ended up abandoning it because it ended up being a lot more invasive of a change to ALP. Like, I would basically, it was going to be thousands and thousands of lines of code to do it the way I originally thought I was going to be doing it. And so I decided I'm going to do it a different way, but it's going to be, yeah, a little bit. I'll have to get to it eventually. So let's bring up Siril and go to 869. And so this has had noise reduction. Okay, this is the auto stretch version. So here's the linear version. Oh, one thing before I did this, I didn't do the photometric color calibration. It isn't stretched yet, so I'm going to go ahead and try it. Radius too small. Oh. That's interesting. There's some artifacting there. So let's go to a linear. Let's look at it linear. And actually, okay. So linear. And first thing I'm going to do is just the straightforward histogram transformation. And it's not bad. But maybe we try doing it manually. Oops. And I might do a curves too. I always like it doing it like this. So I'm very rusty at GHS. I feel like I've done it a few times recently, but I'd kind of gotten away from using it for a while. So that's not clip. Oh, it's funny. You go from like 0 to like 40% of the data. So let's not do that. Go back. Is it doing weird things? Oh, no. this. Okay. Because what I wanted to do is, let's try this again. Logarithmic. Do I want to do human weighted luminance? I think I do. Okay, yeah, maybe that's okay. Maybe that's okay. Let's just see what this does. No. No. Never mind. Need to stick with the what it was set to. Anyway. It did weird things, so there. Oops. Linear stretch. Bring the black point up. Come on. And it usually has, because when you run the denoise, it tends to have a cleaner, tends to be cleaner, so you can get really tight. Get some really crisp background. Oops, didn't mean to go that far. Not doing anything? Yeah. Okay. Do I want to? Probably. I'm not necessarily doing a really clean stretch with this, but I'm just kind of. All right. Let's do GHS. One thing I've been wanting to do, I know Wiley Sight's been working on it a lot, is he's been doing some processing in Siril. I mean, not Siril, PixInsight. And at one point I had a kind of the demo license, the trial license, and just put some data there. I've been wanting to, it's kind of inspiring me to want to revisit it, but just haven't had the time. Maybe I'll get the trial license around Christmas of PixInsight. Just to revisit it. Just trying to nudge it a little bit. Just trying to see if what I want to do is maybe pick try to bring. No, that's too much. One thing I could definitely do is some more with the, once I'm done with this, I don't like the shape of this, but once I'm done with this, I could always use the curves tool, which maybe I'll end up doing. Maybe I end up doing that instead of continuing to do stuff with this. Yeah, that's fine. Let's see what the other one looks like. Where did it go? I think I closed it. So let me bring that up. So this is the existing stack. So this is kind of my reference. And then this is what I'm getting. Yeah, I mean, I think I do see more star details. I guess the only other thing is it's less noisy and the background is darker in the Siril version. But I mean, that's to be expected. So I'm just going to call this GHS for now. And then what we're going to do is run this through Cosmic Clarity. And we'll see how that goes. Now, one thing, I need to get the latest version of Seestar because it's got Cosmic Clarity built in, where you don't have to do this step of kind of copying it into a directory. Let me see. Master photos. No, it's under app. So you have to run this command line, and then we let this run for a bit. Takes a little bit, but meanwhile I'm off screen. I'm copying the file into this input directory. So this is what the fits file looks like. And it's just doing its own stretch because that's an unstretched file. So, let us see. Takes a little bit of time. Takes a minute. And that's the other thing I want to test. I think this might be a Mac problem as far as this startup time with Seestar. I feel like it's faster. I mean, based on what I've seen, it looks like it's faster on Windows. Meanwhile, while we're waiting, at least we can look at something else, something new coming in. And this is my reference. Did it arrive yet? There we go. I was waiting for this command. I mean, you can specify parameters from the command line. But what I'm going to do is only stellar sharpening. And I'm going to bring the sharpening down to 0.5, which is what I've been doing recently. I probably could do more, but I'm going to try this. And it's going. And it's about to process. Okay, cool. So now let's... All right. You got a telescope. Cool. That's great. What did you get? Videos of Infinity. That's great. Have you had a chance to take it out yet, or? I know how that goes. I'm trying to remember the last. It's happened more than once where I got a telescope. I remember one I got recently, or I mean like last year. It's not like I'm getting telescopes all the time, but I had gotten one I think last year, and it ended up being cloudy, and I was busy, and it stayed in its box. Christmas present you stole. No, that's great. Great. I mean, you might as well take advantage of it while you before, because otherwise, if you wait for Christmas and then it ends up cloudy, that would be unfortunate. But hey, you know, that's great. Congratulations. Oh, this is what I did. I forgot. So Cosmic Clarity, it processes the files in a kind of in a directory that's elsewhere, and so I had to copy it back into this directory. So here's the sharpened version. And let's see. I'll save this as a PNG. And we'll see. I mean, it's not like super earth-shattering. All I'm doing is reprocessing 202 frame stack. I'm not redoing the stacking. I'm just reprocessing it. Okay, cool. Cool. That'll be cool. So we've got, again, our reference. And I'm honestly pleased with this. This is a double cluster. This we just shot earlier, just a few minutes ago. And here, here is the processed one. Now it's flipped. So let's flip this. This always happens. Yeah, okay, cool. So this was kind of out of telescope, and this is what I just did. Now the one thing besides the GHS like the noise reduction, the GHS, not the GHS, the GHS, but also the cosmic clarity, I feel like helps a lot to kind of make the stars crisper. Because the crispness is definitely cosmic clarity. And like all these little fine stars here are just much more crisp than they are over here. But yeah, so that was what was it, half an hour with the Seestar just now? Bortle 9, not too shabby. Not too shabby. So let's look at something else. So while this is processing, oh, that sucks. Community guideline strike. Yeah, no, I've known people who've had claims on stuff. I mean, there's so many. I mean, you could break rules, or like there's content. There's the type of content, but then like even doing reaction videos can be problematic. Any kind of music can be problematic. I mean, I'll see like huge YouTube channels where they're playing something and they'll have to mute it because some music comes on. Thanks, Cosmic Ray, Astro Bob Ross. You know, maybe I'll do that for an April Fool's joke. I'll have the Bob Ross wig on and have a palette or something. I mean, an easel. Yikes! 3 channels terminated. That's just crazy. I've heard of that happening. Speaking of channels, if you could like the video for those who are watching, and if you haven't liked it, there's no time like the present. Okay, so wow, that sucks. That sucks. Yeah, I knew someone who had. They didn't end up losing the channel, but they had gotten, like, they were able to contest some of the strikes, but I think they had 8,000 or 9,000 subscribers, and they were like on the cusp. And actually, I saw someone they had like 1 or 2 million, and they were on the edge of having something happen. So what next? Let us see. Okay, we've got that. And all right, so I've got the mosaic. So this one is done. M42 tried, but M31 is going to be a big problem, so I'm not sure I'm going to do that. This one didn't have enough data. I feel like it was too dark. So this one we did. This one is good. Now, this one only has 87 frames, and this seems kind of dark. So I'm not sure if I want to do this one. But this one has a lot of data, and I feel like I might be able to get something out of this. So maybe I try this, the rosette. Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, that's, let me gotta turn off the, I always have the, what do you call it? The, night shift, kind of yellowing, which you might not be able to see, but at least my screen would start yellowing. So I've got to shut that off. Cool. All right. Dynamite. So we will try NGC, the Rosette Nebula. I think that's what I want to do. Yeah, because when I looked at this one, so yeah, actually, let me do what I did with that other one. What I did was, first thing, I've already done it with the flaming, is it the Flaming Star Nebula? I went and looked at the data stretched in Siril and then hyper histogram just to see how much data is there. And the problem is this is like really noisy. So that's why I figured I'm not going to do this one. So let's try the Rosette and see how that data looks. And if it's even worth stretching. Okay, so that's the histogram. It is noisy around the edges here, but there does seem to be a lot of detail. So this is the auto stretch version, which is kind of similar to what the Seestar did, and I think we can push it a bit further. Not this far, but might be worth trying. So firmware update. Now, which firmware are we talking about? Cosmic Ray, because there was the one with the mosaic, which is the one I'm actually running now, and it's the one that was the most recent as of about a week ago. Now there's a new firmware that came out 2 or 3 days ago. If you're not running it, I would recommend against it until they have a patch, because some people have run into issues with polar alignment with it. And I saw a screenshot earlier today from ZW, some interaction with someone from ZWO saying they knew about it, and if you had the issue, you could go into the settings and turn off the automatic horizontal calibration. Now, the problem with that, in my experience, is you have to make sure it's level, and it still might make you do kind of the compass calibration. But if my understanding is that firmware has an issue, and if you shoot equatorial, it's like a bigger issue. But even if you're shooting alt azimuth, it can cause problems with like heavy amount of lost frames. So I would, if you're not running the version that came out 2 days ago and you can skip it, I would skip it until they have a newer update out. But as far as this version that I'm running, I'm fine with it. I don't run it in equatorial mode, this particular scope, so I haven't had any issues. And since I'm not running that very latest one, I haven't had issues. Oh, that sucks. Oh, sorry to hear that. So what they recommended, let me pull that up. I don't know if you saw the message. Somebody posted in the Discord server, but sorry, let me see. It was, where was it? I saw the message somewhere. Oh, that's why somebody directly sent it to me, I think. No? Or was it in the Discord server? I'm sorry. It's just, it eludes me if it was, oh, here it is. Yeah. It was actually Chris, with a K, posted this in, sorry, it's, what in the world? Posted it on the Discord server, but gosh, why can't I open this? Anyway, they said, let me see if I can somehow enlarge this. Unfortunately, it's not. Yeah, sorry. Sorry for the potato quality. Yeah, poor experience and this deficiency in our horizontal calibration. We will release a fix as soon as possible. In the meantime, if you wish to continue using the device, you can enable skip horizontal calibration, and then adjust the Seestar to within 2 degrees of level before shooting to continue using it. So that was yesterday, I guess. They sent that message to the person. So, yeah, unfortunately, that's, yeah, they have great, yeah, exactly. Great alpha. Yeah. Oh, which image are you talking about, Chris? The rosette one? Yeah, and yeah, to your point, Cosmic Ray, the about their alpha and beta testing. I mean, for no other reason, that's like 6 months ago, I ended up turning off auto app updates on my phone because I ended up doing a video about it, a PSA video, like a really short video, because it was something where basically literally only scenery mode worked. Like the app has to send latitude and longitude, what it believes to be the current latitude and longitude from the phone, to the Seestar for it to like do anything, because it has to orient itself in the sky. And somehow they messed it up where it wasn't sending the value or something, and so the Seestar just wouldn't do anything, literally anything. It couldn't go to star mode, couldn't go look at the sun or anything. You could bring it up in scenery mode, and that was it. And yeah, it was going into a weekend, I think, and some people were kind of unhappy about that. And so after that incident, yeah, I made sure to have updates turned off. Because imagine, like, because if your phone automatically updates, it'll force the firmware, and like there's no going back. And the fix wasn't firmware; it was anyway. There was no rollback, and so yeah, no problem, Mark. Yeah, the rosette. No, thanks. One thing I don't know if you saw it, Chris, but I had been messing around earlier, or just the first target, or the first mosaic I shot was NGC 869, and the out of telescope image was this, which is pretty good. I think it was a double cluster, and then I just kind of processed it some more with cosmic, the usual suspects, cosmic clarity and stuff, and I got that. And this is, again, it's flipped, and I didn't but yeah, So that was the first target today from yeah, 202 frames. It probably ran for maybe an hour. And it was basically just, it was a mosaic, but just, was that today? Yeah, that was today. It was a mosaic, but it was just slightly larger. Like you can get both of these in frame normally, but I just kind of enlarged it a little bit to get more kind of context. But that was the first image tonight. Now the rosette was done on another night. Yeah, I was haven't updated since. Yeah, that was pretty much what happened with me too. And then because I started using ALP, it was kind of like I didn't need to update. But then more recently, I've updated my one telescope. Yeah, it was nice. Cool. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, so this right here is the Spider and Fly. So here's the Spider Nebula. Here's the Fly Nebula. And then down here, here's one star cluster, and there's going to be another one down here somewhere eventually as it fills out the mosaic. Yeah, that would be, you know, that would be funny. I mean, you see people where they have like the physical LED kind of things. I could have like well, not in this view, but maybe I could have a physical LED or something. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, are you thinking of getting like a mirrorless camera, Chris? Okay, so first thing I was going to do is load this into Graxpert. So I want to process this rosette from the other day. Or when did I take it? This image? It was November 24th, so last Saturday, I guess. Oh, well, it was at 2 in the morning, so I guess that would be it was Friday night, a week ago. Okay, so first things first. One thing I have noticed is sometimes the noise isn't too bad. Like, I mean, it is more noticeable here, but sometimes I don't feel like a strong need to crop. Although maybe I'll crop some off the bottom, but we'll see. We'll see how I feel. Yeah, mirrorless, cool. Which Sony or Canon or Nikon? The denoising always takes so long. While it's running, I'll look at this. Twenty-two minutes. One thing I have thought about with the Tigger, I mean, because it's something I created, so it's completely flexible. I have thought about kind of, maybe I'll do that. Let me see. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Sorry. Have you ever had, like, you have water and it's not that it goes down wrong, but for whatever reason it ends up like I don't know. I don't know what happened. Yeah, but yeah, maybe. Yeah, I need to play around with the layout. The problem is it's difficult for me to do that kind of here. The layout. So Hein, tomorrow is your birthday? Saturday or Sunday? Why is this? All right. Let me go. I always say I'm going to check out Discord so I don't miss any messages there. And speaking of Discord, I have the obligatory obligatory link. And if you haven't liked and subscribed, please consider doing so. It helps the channel a lot and doesn't cost anything. 30 more years, yeah. I have a birthday coming up, and yeah, I try not to think about that. But yeah, congratulations. The Sony or the Lumix? What kind of Sony are you thinking of, and which Lumix? Because I mean, it depends on. I mean, it depends on your budget, but like I've heard really good things about the well, both different models for both of them. I know the one that I thought was really cool was like the the S9. Which one is that one? Is that the one? Oh yeah. Is this the one? Is it like an APS-C? I presume it's APS-C, not full. Oh no, it is full. Wow. That's a small form factor, full frame. Wow. Yeah. That is impressive. Which lens does it use? Is it L mount? It is an L mount. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, because like I'd heard good things about like what is it, the S2? Was it the S2 or S? Was it? It was the one that had open gate. Oh, the S5 2X. But that one's like $2,000. But I've heard good things about that. And that uses the L mount too. So, I mean, if you're not in a, if you don't have a system, if you're not part of, if you don't already have lenses from an existing kind of mount, you don't have anything tying you to any platform. So you just have to kind of figure out which one, look at the different models, what lens choices there are, what third party lenses there are. Yeah. I mean, yeah. But the Sony A7 III. And that's a full frame. trying to remember where the A7 III fits in with their other bodies, because Sony has so many bodies. Because I had looked at what was it, the A7? Was it? It wasn't the A7. Was it the S3? Is 3 the latest? A7 S3? No, it wasn't this one because I wasn't looking at 3200. So it wasn't that one. Was it the R? No, it wasn't that one either because that's also $3,000. I don't know which one I was looking at. It was definitely not one of those. Although, I mean, I would have loved to have one of those, but because like one of them, is it the R? Has like this crazy one of them has like a crazy low light performance. Okay. I mean, do you have many lenses on your Nikon system? Yeah, see, I have the older A7S. Yeah, it was one of them. What was it? Let me. I actually have a list of camera bodies I was like thinking of. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and at that point, I mean, to be fair, some people they'll switch systems and they just sell their old glass. Now, unfortunately, I've historically been a Canon person going back a long time, going back to the 80s and 90s. Trying to see if I have any one around here. I might have some Canon stuff around here, but ironically, the thing that's shooting this isn't actually a Canon. It's actually a Micro Four Thirds camera. So that wasn't originally. I didn't want. Well, okay. So I have actually 3 different types of Canon lenses. I have the really old FD manual focus ones from the film camera days. I have EOS ones, and then I have a couple of RF lenses, or more. I forget, but I also have an EOS to RF adapter, so I can use all of my old EOS lenses, full autofocus and stuff, and that works great. Like the solar eclipse photos, some of the solar eclipse photos I've taken were shot on an EOS lens, but on an RF body, so it has the adapter and works great. I actually even have an FD adapter, so I can run some of my vintage 30. Well, I have lenses that have been in the family for, and when I say in the family, I used them when I was younger, but my dad owned them and now they're mine. But I have lenses that are like 40 plus years old, that we've bought new, but then I've since, like in the 90s, I ended up buying some more FD lenses. So I have ones that might be from the 70s. But yeah, so but I also have now, I have like 2 or 3 Micro Four Thirds lenses. And then I have adapters for RF and Micro Four Thirds to connect to a telescope. And I've used those actually. That's how the video I shot of totality that I had put on my YouTube channel, like from the eclipse, was actually it was a Micro Four Thirds video, was shooting video connected to a refractor, and it worked great. Anyway, but yeah, let me go back to the Sony. Actually, let me go back to the the current state of the mosaic. Oh, thank you for mentioning that. Thanks. What it is, it's a, it's running on a, it's kind of complicated. Again, it's over engineered. It's running on a Raspberry Pi that's like screen sharing. And for some reason, that died. So let's see why. But thank you for letting me know. It's weird. Okay. Oh, cloudy. Well, I knew that was going to be a possibility. Let me go look on it here. Now the thing is, some of these clouds, see, this is where someone asked about the thermal view the other day. This is where the thermal view can kind of be handy, because the thermal view suggests that these clouds aren't that thick. Although I can't see any stars at the moment. But it's still getting frames, so I guess the clouds aren't that thick. So that's good. But yeah, thanks for mentioning the sky camera died. Yeah, let me go real quick look at my list of my wish list of cameras. I had created like a little table of all these cameras, and I was looking at getting, basically I was looking at Sony and Canon. But this was before some of the Lumix cameras had come out, like the S2, the S5 IIX. But because now I have two RF bodies, I was leaning towards, maybe that was before I got an RF body. But yeah, I was looking at like both full frame and APS-C. I was looking at the Sony A7C, but then they came out with an A7C2. I mean, I guess it depends on what you want to use it for. I was looking for something that was more, that you could take. So they have the ones that are more photographically oriented, the ones that are more video oriented, and then ones that are kind of a bit of both. And I was actually leaning towards the ones that were more video oriented. So like they might not have had a viewfinder. They might have had some extra modes related to video. But yeah, I was like, problem is the ones, that's probably why I didn't get them. All the ones I was looking at were about $2,000 for the body, like the A7C2 and the ZVE1. Like that one I thought was kind of cool. Oh, it's 1900 now, but that one looked kind of interesting, and it seemed to have some good reviews on it. But it's more video oriented. It's only a 12 megapixel sensor. So, and then they have like APS-C, some ones that are kind of similar to that, like the ZVE10, which is APS-C. And wow, that's a lot cheaper. Jeez. But it also seemed like a pretty reasonable, I mean, functional camera. But because I've got so many Canons, I was leaning towards a Canon, and I ended up getting one. But I think I thought about getting well, the problem is I say I have two RF bodies, but really my daughter took one of them, so I'm down to one. So I was looking at getting a cheap RF body as a backup. And also, like, sometimes I might want 2 cameras. I'm one of those people who sometimes would have 2 SLRs with like 2 different lenses, so I wouldn't have to waste time switching lenses. And that wasn't all the time. That was just in very specific situations. But cool. So this is okay. Yeah, here's M37 is starting to show up down here. I think that's M37. And there's the spider and the fly. So let me see. Okay, so this is the original. Oh yeah, nice. And then with gradient and denoise, looks much cleaner. So let's save that. Maybe I'll crop it because there's a bit of noise down here, and this isn't as important of an area down here, so I'll just go ahead and just crop a little bit of that. And oops, Simon didn't say apply the crop, so let's apply the crop and then save and make sure I'm going to the right directory. All right, so now we've got, wow, that's weird. That's interesting that the auto stretch already, I mean, I didn't apply an auto stretch. It's interesting that it stretched it further. But I am liking the detail. I think this will look really nice running this through Cosmic Clarity, although I am worried about the stars here, so fingers crossed. Now, let's see if we can do color calibration here. Will it actually work? Okay, it succeeded. I don't like what it did to that, so I'm not going to do that. All right. So let's go ahead and do the star processing, star net removal, and upsample, execute. Yeah. But yeah, that's I mean, both of those cameras look reasonable. I guess the question would be, are you going to use them for photos or video or both? I mean, is one going to be more, are you going to, what do you call it? Are you going to mostly use it for photos or video or a mixture? Okay, cool. Yeah, well then that one I think is, yeah, that's one of those ones. The model you were looking at is the one that's kind of more both. Yeah, Seestar A is on vacation. See, because it was, you see the clouds that are going through right now. It wasn't clear if it would be clear, and I had planned on, originally it looked like 2 days ago, it looked like it wasn't going to be clear at all. So I figured I was just going to do photo processing tonight. But then today, or it had been changing, and it looked like it actually kind of would be clear. And so I was like, well, I'll put out one of the telescopes. But when I put them out, there were still some clouds, and I didn't want to spend the extra time trying to get Seestar A, or my A scope, aligned, because since that's the equatorial one, if it's off a little bit, it just is terrible. And then if clouds started coming through, I was like, I don't want to mess with it, so I only put one out. Yeah, oil on cameras. Well, this does actually kind of look like oil on canvas, actually, now that it's been processed. I do, I do, I am happy with this because it there aren't any, I don't see any obvious star artifacts, like where the really bright stars, when they kind of get bloated, it won't remove them cleanly, but I don't see any here, so that's good. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Exactly. I mean, what is it? You can get stuff printed on like stretched canvas. I've thought about that, but I not that I have any astrophotos that I think I would want to do it with, but I had looked at it for some other photos, but okay, so this looks good. Oops, wrong, hit the wrong one. So I should be able to run this, load this into SETI Astro, and see what we can do with it. So, nope, not a star stretch. I had the wrong tab open. Starless, okay. So I'm gonna just start here. Zoom out. Let's see what it looks like relative to our baseline. That's similar to our baseline, or not baseline, but what Siril did, kind of as the default stretch. So let's look at normalize. No difference. Apply curves. Let's tweak the curves a little bit. Yeah, that brightens it up. For a chariot, yeah, there. You know, I could do a green screen and like go really crazy with stuff behind me. Then like it would be disorienting. Okay, color boost. Wait. Okay, yeah, I think that's worth it. Doesn't look. It's on the cusp of being overcooked. Yeah. Actually, let me see how this works. Like, this is probably really. Yeah, no. Let's try this. Okay. Preview. No. I guess I could do it at that level, but I think I'll do this. I mean, this is just kind of a first attempt. That's a good question. This was one I did a week ago. 202 frames. No, sorry, that's the wrong mosaic. 317. So not quite an hour. Like 50 minutes, but it probably took 2 hours because this is the native mosaic. Yeah, I think I'll leave that. I mean, I could spend a lot of time, and even then I'm like, you know, a lot of times I'm conflicted about, you know, this level of stretch versus so I'm just going to save that 32-bit floating point, and now let's load the stars only, and yeah. Yeah, I was looking for another background that that does the stars, but I was always kind of conflicted by the different ones because some of them I feel like are too fast. Well, I wasn't sure, but people said they were too fast, so let's see. Okay. Super source. Let me shut off. Okay. So yeah, I had a few other ones like was it this one? I actually kind of like this one compared to, it is a little faster, but it doesn't feel super fast. And the one thing I prefer this one is it's actually a loopable one, so it doesn't have that little glitch when it restarts. I have some like abstract ones. I'm trying to see if I don't have any of the other ones loaded up, but I thought about this one just because it although at the edge the stars look a lot faster, so maybe I'll go back to this one then. Or I just need to, what do you call it, rescale it or whatever. This is interesting. See how this one is at an angle? I guess we're starting to see the effects of field rotation, where it's where the object is rotating relative to the original orientation, so the frames are kind of coming in sideways at an angle. So one good thing is this doesn't seem to be doing anything weird, but let's look a little bit closer. Now, I want to say the default is like 5 for the stretch amount. Let's see if there's any. Okay, I don't see any artifacts there. So that's good. So maybe, can I boost the color a little bit? Oh, I need to refresh preview. Yeah, maybe that's too much. I'll just leave it. Okay. Okay, actually, yeah, I'll leave that. I will leave that. Fits. Maybe that's part of my problem. So let's go ahead and try to recompose these two. Yep. Starless. All right, and then that. Okay. Oh yeah, look at that. If I do say so myself, I'm happy with that. All right. Okay. Do I want to do any curves adjustment with this? Let's just see. Curves? Actually, I'm not going to do that. Let me save this first before I cause any damage. This is going to be, what do you call it? It'll be recomposition, save. Oh, it's not linear. So what does this look like linear? No, not much different. I like that. Let's see, what is it stretched? No, it's just a little richer. So let's bring it up in curves. Do you want to rescale? Try not to clip. Let's see. I say I like doing clear curves, but I don't honestly know what I'm doing here. So maybe I should just stop. I'll just do that. Call it a day, because what I want to do now is run it through cosmic clarity. So let's go. The problem is it has this workflow where I have to copy it into this input directory. So I have to find my recomp curves file. So this one, we'll copy it into that. And then I really need to update to the latest one, but I might just go ahead and wait until I get that Windows computer working, maybe over the weekend. All right. Yeah, I should be floating through Python code. I like that idea. You know, one thing, you mentioned that, but I do have like these tech backgrounds that I had found. I mean, it was the same place where I got some of these. So here's abstract stars. Well, this one actually would probably work. It's fairly slow. Yeah. Now the problem is I think this one still has the issue of does it restart? It's also a pretty long one. Maybe I'll think about that. But I have like these abstract ones, like this one. So I could have like that. That's kind of an oh, news. It's kind of like, and then I have, how about that? That's called tech, abstract tech. And then that one, how about that one? That's some circuit thing. I don't know. But yeah, I'm not going to use that one. Go back to, nope, not that one. Purple Galaxy. 2157 Chevy. Maybe. So let's see. Has cosmic clarity. Yeah, okay. So here is, so because this has nebulosity, I'm going to do sharpening mode both. And I'm going to bring down stellar to 0.5. Sharpening mode both. Okay, so we'll see. And it is processing. And almost done. Okay. Oh. Hold on. No, it's still processing. Okay, now it's done, I think. So I need to copy this back. Didn't mean to do that. This is what I wanted to copy. Okay, so let's load this up. Let's see what we got. Let's see. Sharpened. Oh yeah. Sorry. Let me save this out as a PNG and let's compare. So what we're looking at is a Seestar mosaic. So all this was processed in the Seestar, not with the latest, but a pretty recent firmware. And this is what it looks like out of telescope, which honestly isn't bad. Took a bit over an hour. And with a little bit of processing, And again, it's flipped, but that is, I really like that. I really, really, really like that. That is, I mean, setting aside that there's noise here. Actually, I need to drop that in the Discord server on in the live stream channel so you can see it yourself. Oh, somebody joined. Hello, Mark. Sorry, you joined a while back. Thanks for joining. So this was from, what was it? November. Sorry, it was November. Actually, what I need to do is the before and after here. Tonight. Double cluster. Out of telescope and processed with Graxpert, SETI, cosmic clarity, Siril, GHS stretch, cosmic clarity. So I'll put that in there, and then that. All right, oops, wrong one. Nope. Okay, and then, so we do November 24th, process tonight, Rosette Nebula. Like I say, I'm just dropping this in the, not the FITS files, but the JPEG and PNG. Okay. So let's look at this again. I should save this as... yeah. But yeah, like, I mean, it's this one on the right is cropped a little bit, but like that, just not much. But like, look at the core here, or kind of the center. And again, it's the exact same file. It's like literally I just took the FIT file from this left one and reprocessed it, or processed it, but it wasn't restacked or anything. I mean, there's some sharpening artifacts, but like if I could get the Siril stacking, mosaic stacking to work, I imagine with Drizzle, this could be really impressive on the right. But I mean, like there's some detail in here that you'd be hard pressed to really, and in the kind of in the center there, that you'd really be hard pressed to see in this one at all. Yeah, so I'm pretty pleased with that. So it just shows, just run it through some free software and can get a wildly better. That's an interesting idea, but no, we don't have any. We do have some nice Christmas lights. I mean, we do have some Christmas lights set up out front. I didn't have anything to do with it. Yeah, no, it's I'm pretty happy with how that processed. It was actually better than I expected. Like, I mean, given that I was literally just processing the same FIT file, I just didn't quite expect it to pop quite like that. But yeah, and then plus this was, you know, Bortle 9. The moon wouldn't have been a factor a week ago, but still, like, my skies are just terrible, like generally hazy, and even if not hazy, that's still Bortle 9. I mean, Yeah, I'm happy with that one. So yeah. All right, cool. And this is starting to fill in. You can see the so it's been going for an hour and 20 minutes, 40 minutes of data. There's the Spider and the Fly Nebula. And you've got a cluster there, and this is M37 coming in. So, yeah. Yeah, no, exactly. Exactly. I feel like, I guess from my point of view, the sure it's a small telescope, but and they might be like it's not the best sensor, but still, I guess I think about like compared to film or the optics years ago where maybe they weren't as good. And then the software processing you can do these days to like clean up noise and just really kind of pull out more data than you would have ever been able to do really with film um, or older astronomy cameras. Um, it's one of, I mean, that's why, you know, I guess that's kind of also why I've not really, but when I was imaging those quasars, it was kind of, you know, okay, I live in a city, some of the worst light pollution you're going to run into anywhere. It really is. I mean, at least according to the satellite maps, I checked some other major cities and um, like we're competitive with like where I live is competitive with New York, Tokyo. Um, yeah, so it's pretty bad. And I feel like, the fact that you can use a $500 or less telescope and with time, a little bit of, it's not even patience. It's not like I'm having to sit outside. I mean, most of the time I was either sitting here or I was sitting on my sofa with my phone, like controlling it, and then, spending 20 minutes, half an hour. Like I'm kind of lazy when it comes to some of the processing, or not lazy, impatient. And even with that, the fact that I'm able to like, with all those headwinds, you can still get, nice images that you took yourself, or that I'm able to see a quasar that's, the light was emitted way before the solar system existed. I mean, that I just find that, yeah, it's not a toy. It's definitely not a toy. It should be illegal to process images. Yeah, well, you know, or to take photos. If you can't see to the 20th magnitude with your bare eye, then it's all just it's no point. Um, yeah, yeah, I'm gonna be getting one of those dual narrowband filters, and I'm looking forward to trying that out. And actually, one of the first things I need to print out. See, I was going to wait until I got the Astro camera, but what I need to do is just print out the adapter finally and hook it up to one of the Seestars. And actually, that'll be good going into December when Andromeda, or not Andromeda, when the Orion Nebula will be more. I won't have to stay up as late to image some of those targets, including like the Orion Nebula. It would be interesting to do a comparison between the built-in Seestar filter and then like a dual narrowband. Funny you mentioned that, because that was like I hadn't actually read your message when I kind of went off on that tangent, but I was, oh, okay. Good night, Cosmic Ray. Thanks for joining. Appreciate it. Um, but yeah, Jack G, I was I was I I had bought um one of these filters, and they're pretty well reviewed. It's 2 inches, and so it's yeah, like 50 millimeters, and so it shouldn't really vignette. And so what was it, Thingiverse? Uh, um, yeah, like they have. Yeah, light and dew shield, twist lock filter holder. No, um, where it takes a 2 inch filter and attaches it to your. It kind of clips into the or friction fits into the front of the telescope, and so yeah, like right here, and I know I've I know people who do this with solar filters, and I've seen people do it with light pollution filters, and I want to try that SV Bony filter on the Seestar to build your Christmas list. Yeah, no, it's like I say, that's what I'm thinking of doing, and I haven't tried it out yet, but I've run across people who have. Um, I need to, but I need to print this out because I have a bunch of other kind of little things, but including like a dew shield. But the one thing I don't have is the filter. I have like Batenoff mask. I have some spike filter mask, so it adds like the diffraction spikes around bright stars. I have one of those for the Seestar, but I don't have a filter holder. Um, let's see. I guess another question is if you're uh, if if you've done any equatorial shooting with your Seestar. Oh, okay, okay, that's cool. Well, then you might be set then. Actually, I don't. I need to look at my dew shield, make sure that it doesn't have it. Maybe it does. Um, but yeah, like that SV Bony filter is well reviewed, or it seems to have favorable. People have favorable opinions of it, I guess, from what I've seen, what limited research I've done on it. This is getting closer. I'm going to try to let this run until it fills in the top and bottom. But in the meantime, what do I want to process next? So this is done. I'm flagging it green if it's good. Green for go. Or in this case, gone. M45. Do we want to do M45? Maybe. This I think was too dark. This was too dark. This is too messed up. This one, I need to look at it again because I started processing it, but then it got weird. M45. Actually, maybe I need to look at M42. Let's see. Starless. Okay. And then Star Mask. Why does it think these are different? Let's see if I can figure that out before I go on to another target. Let me give it another shot. Actually, if I go into Siril and then change the directory back to M42, and then let's open zero curves, because that's the one that I would have processed. It's 1333 by 2429. Oh. Oh, see, this was only 16-bit. That's my problem. That is my problem. So let's try this again. Luckily, I still have City Astro here. Let's load this up. M42. Yeah, so what I had done is I only, because of these artifacts, I made it the stretch amount 200. Okay, that might be too little. What happens if I do 250? I'll do it with 200. There we go. Refresh. Save as. It was actually as a... it was actually 16-bit. So I think that's where I got... where I had a problem. Where I had my problem. This specific problem. Star processing, star recomposition, close current image, yes. Load this, and it is this one, and is it that one? No, this one. Yes. Now the only problem, yeah, that's a problem. Look at what it, yeah. This was a problem I've had with the other ones where if I, that's just terrible. The problem I had was when it has these bloated stars and then it starts creating artifacts, it just, the recomposition just ends up terrible. And I think that's what I'm seeing here. Yeah, that's garbage. I need to figure out what I'm doing with that, because the problem is so many of these stars are bloated that the star net just really messed it up. So I don't know. Unless what I do is just do the stretch on the non-separated image. See what happens with that. Okay. Let's look at our reference. I call it the reference, the original JPEG, not the small one. Okay, let's close this. Cancel, close. Okay. Close. Okay. So this is what we've got. This is what was out of telescope, which isn't bad, honestly. Let's see. Is this okay? Let's bring it down. It's always kind of, I'm always conflicted on, but I think normalize, fly curves. I feel like that's kind of blowing out the core, but I don't think I have any option, because even if, like, I'd have to really reprocess this. Unless I go that way. No. Like, really, what I'd have to do is process it separately. So I'm just going to blow out the core. Sorry. Sorry. Not that much. Not happy with how that's blown out. So let's bring this back and see if I. No, it's still blown out. I think I'd have to process it manually, not in this. So maybe I'll just leave it at that. Yeah, maybe I'll go with, yeah, I'll go with that for now. So this was 015015, just so I know the parameters. And I'll leave it 16-bit. Yeah, I'll leave it 16-bit. And so when I open that, okay, so that's, is that what I got? Yeah, I guess it's okay. I could mess around with curves a bit. Nope, didn't mean that. Oops. Let's see what happens there. That didn't do anything, or did it? Just a little bit. Stretch, curves. All right, logarithmic. That's, I mean, maybe that's too dark, the background. Yeah, maybe that was too dark, so I'll just do that. And do I want to? Oh, interesting. I get impatient. Oh, right. Maybe I can recover. Actually, problem is if I do that too drastically, I feel like it's like a little unnatural, or a lot unnatural. It's too bad it doesn't kind of adjust the curves, like show you a version of it that's already kind of tweaked. But all right, let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna quit while I'm ahead on this, or quit while I'm not too far behind. Curves. Okay, and then we will finally do. Let's see where the mosaic is. Oops. There we go. Oh. So now it just needs to fill in the bottom here, and then that'll be done. How long has this been running? Hour and 40 minutes. Not quite an hour of data. Oh, that's cool. I'm looking at the all-sky camera. it's cleared up, once this refreshes, I need to fix the focus on that. I screwed up the focus. I thought there was something off, but I messed up the focus. Dang it. So let's see what we're doing here. Okay. Sorry, what I need to do is copy the files, or copy this is the final one into, let me clean up that directory. Let's see. All right. So I've got this directory, or this file, and I put it into input, and then I run the command line, and then we wait. This is almost done. It is really close. And then I need to figure out what next. Because these mosaics, I mean, it might as well take advantage of it. It is clear. But, yeah. Yep. So I'm almost done. Alright. Still waiting. And then I'll run Cosmic Clarity, which should clean up the stars a bit. Make things a little crisper. And okay, just came up. All right. So I'm tempted to try 0.9 and 0.5. I had been decreasing stellar sharpening to 0.5, but I'll try that. And we'll see what, hopefully it doesn't, because I had processed a number of them like that, but then I sometimes get artifacts, so almost done. Okay, so let's take that, put back here, and let us see. Let's load it into Siril. Oh yeah, that actually was good call. Did not produce artifacts. Well, might have produced artifacts from noise, but otherwise I think that was fine sharpening wise. So again, the before, and then the after. Oh, some of that might be a bit overdone. Like, I think it's done some stuff with the noise that may have not been ideal. Let me flip this one. Flip vertical. Okay. All right, cool. So I'm tempted to rerun this with, well, let me save this. And we will call this one, it is 090050 for the amount of stretching. And then 090050. Okay. So let's get rid of this and we'll rerun Cosmic Clarity. And just wait for it to start. It's getting so close. It's just almost there after almost 2 hours. Now it did say it would take did this one say it would take 1.1 hour? I don't remember. But it's almost there. When were these files processed? Or when were these taken? November 22nd. Night of November 22nd. Okay. Still not. When it shows kind of its oh, it just showed up there. Here's the so I'm going to do 0.5 and 0.5. And almost there. Oh. Oh, hello. I missed another person who joined. Thanks, Digger. Glad to see you on the Discord server. I keep saying I will try to not try to make sure I keep an eye on the Discord server, but let's get the output file and or bring it over here. And then this is 050, 050. And let's load this into Siril. The reason I reprocessed it is I felt like it kind of overdid the stars. Yeah, this looks better. Because, I mean, maybe if the image was cleaner, it probably would be fine. But because my images are not very clean because of the hideous amounts of noise, so you can see, okay, so this, let's do this one, and let me flip this. It's not perfect, but you can see. So this is a comparison of the out of the telescope. This is processed the fit file, ran it through Cosmic Clarity, but this was like 90% sharpening on the, or 0.9 on the sharpening for the stars, and this is only 0.5. And specifically, the thing that got me was all of these, I think this is noise in the corner, and how it's kind of making it look stellar. And so I wasn't, by dialing it back to 0.5, this is 0.9, this is 0.5, so I think if my images were cleaner, it maybe wasn't as big of a deal. Now, one thing I'm not necessarily thrilled with is the color. I think I need to mess around with that. But I feel like the color's a little, I don't know. There's something about the color that I may have to kind of look at the how I'm processing it. But the one thing that is very clear is definitely get a lot more detail. And the stars look pretty crisp. I mean, from cosmic clarity. And the sky doesn't look as blue. So I guess there's that. Not thrilled with the colors on this. But, like, it lost a lot of the pink. So I need to revisit that. But in the meantime, moving on. It is so close. So close. You know, one thing that's just like incredibly bugging me is that the all-sky camera's out of focus. I'm tempted to get up and fix it. Especially considering I haven't gotten up at all. Let's see if I can pull this up on my phone. Okay. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go fix the all-sky camera. And hopefully by the time I'm back, the this mosaic will be done. Hopefully. And anyway, so I'll be right back. If you haven't liked the video, feel free to like the video, and I will be right back. Something about sitting for a couple hours. Anyway, I'll be right back. cold out there. Well, cold for here. Let's see. I just want to, I'm not doing it again, but I just want to check to see what it looks like. Yeah, much better. You can actually see the Pleiades and the Hyades. Cool. All right. So that was worth it. It was kind of a pain because I was adjusting the focus on the sky camera, and yeah, it was kind of a pain because it only refreshes every 15 seconds, so I had to make a little adjustment and wait for it to refresh on my phone. It would have been better to do that during the day. All right. So this is still proceeding. And it's just, it's so close. But it dropped a frame. Why did it drop a frame? Okay, got a frame. I'm just curious why it's dropping why it drops frames. Let's see. It's so close to being done. Let's see. Let me check Discord. So close. So close. Oh. Hello, Digger. Yeah, I see you made a comment. Yeah. Go ahead. All right. All right. So this is very frustrating because there's like this little corner down here that I'm just hoping it'll fill in. And then I will stop this mosaic and move on to the next target. And I may go ahead and just process this one after I stop it, just like I did with the last one, or ones. Well, some of these I did on previous nights, so I'm finally done with the M42. We'll just call it done. These two were off. The M31 would be too hard to, well, I shouldn't say too hard. I have to make sure that the mosaic stacking works. Which I don't have the subframe, so I'll have to check that out separately. Now the question is, do I want to go ahead and process this? Maybe I will. This is yeah, I think I'll do this. This is the Pleiades. 316 frames with a just the default. This is out of telescope. And as you can see, I ended up stopping it before it was done because there's this little hole in the corner, which is annoying. And that's what I'm trying to avoid on this one. I'm trying to let it finish. But let's see what we can do with this one. So, the same drill, I'm gonna load it up. Now this one I will be cropping because of that little hole there, and plus there's some noise a bit along one of the corners, so we'll clean that up too. So load that. Okay. So let me crop first, and then maybe a little bit of the noise at the bottom. It's fine. I'll crop it just a little bit. Backgrounds are pretty clean usually. The background extraction generally hasn't had to do much. And then denoise it, which is the time-consuming part. Why isn't it finishing that corner? I don't know why. It's just baffling to me. Oh, interesting. I just got a message from YouTube that it buffered. Interesting. Which it's interesting because sometimes YouTube's wrong, but according to what I'm seeing, data is going to YouTube. Has anybody seen buffer? Did anyone see any buffering? Or are they seeing buffering? And then now it says its health is excellent. Excellent. I don't know. Okay. It's weird because I have a on-screen indicator that sometimes will show that, but I didn't see anything. But YouTube, the YouTube console, which is sometimes accurate and sometimes not, did claim. So I guess it did. I mean, I shouldn't say I guess it did. I guess it was actually correct this time. I need to work on the I might need to reboot my cable modem. Oh. Don't need the be right back. I'm back. I'm back. That's so maddening. It's like so close to that final corner. Let's see. Is it actually... What happened one night is it just was like dropping frames like crazy. And so it just wasn't making progress. But it is making progress. So I'm not sure why it has... Oh, it filled it in. There you go. It's still noisy, so I'll let it go a few more frames and hopefully I'll get rid of the noise. So hopefully some of that noise will go away. Just a few more frames. So close. Yeah, we're up to 400 frames and 166 drops. And I actually hear the fan on my laptop. I almost never hear it, but Graxpert has a way of spinning up spooling up the fans on this MacBook. Okay. Yeah, no, it wasn't you. It's not you, it's me. Yeah. Oh, that sucks. What sucks? You need to get Starlink or something. Your own personal Starlink. But hello, Seiko. Thanks for joining. Even if you're having a. Okay, sorry. I'm thinking I might crop it a little bit more because I see some noise up here in the corner that I want to kind of just get rid of. So I'll crop it just a bit more, and then just maybe a tad more, but I mean, it's only so much you can do. Okay, well, I think I can live with that. All right, and save that. So now, since the problem is, so the Pleiades are bright stars with some faint nebulosity around them. And the issue I ran into with M42 when I did the star separation, it didn't separate the stars cleanly. And so I got all kinds of weird artifacts. So I'm debating just skipping the stars. I don't think I'll do the star separation on the Pleiades because I'm afraid I'll have the same issue. So we'll just skip it. But first I want to see. Okay, 408. So it's making progress. It has greatly reduced the amount of noise here, so I'm just gonna keep letting it run just a little bit longer while I work on this. Okay. Okay. Yeah. That's unfortunate though. I remember that I used to travel a lot, and so I'd go to hotel. I spent a lot of time in hotels, and I remember like it would be a big problem in smaller cities or towns. But I remember when it was even an issue in New York, where I'd be in a hotel and the Wi-Fi would be spotty. There were a couple of hotels I stayed in which were older buildings, and yeah, like when it was like tourist season and there were a lot of people in the hotel, because I'd go there year round, it would be terrible. Like be buffering like crazy. There were times where I just ended up it was kind of sad. There wasn't anything I wanted to do, and I just wanted to surf the web, and so I ended up staying in the office because it was like in the evening after work was over, because it was just I'd go get a sandwich and come back, and just because the hotel was so abysmal. That's pretty bad. Where I'd want to sit in my office chair. Luckily the fluorescents were off at that point, but anyway, okay, cool. So what do we want to do? I've done the noise reduction. Now, What do I want to do next? I'm not going to do the star separation. So what else? I could do the color correction, but the colors look relatively okay, and I can do it later. So let me just try loading it into SETI Astro and see what it looks like. I think that's what I want to do. I'll turn off that preview. Zoom out. Okay. So let's increase this. Not quite what I want. Actually, what's going to happen is if this doesn't turn out, I might just do the stretch in Siril. Like, yeah, I'm thinking I might do the stretch in Siril. This is okay, but I think I'm going to do it in Siril using GHS. Let's see, M45. Of course, I might end up abandoning mission, but we'll start. So you can see, okay, auto stretch. Wow, there's a lot of noise around the edge there. Linear. Actually, let's do, nope, not color saturation, color calibration, photometric. Okay. Yeah, not thrilled with this noise, but this is the auto stretch version. So let's start over. Let's go do stretches, generalized hyperbolic. Sometimes it looks wonky, and I don't know why. I mean, it's a Siril problem, I think, sometimes. And I have a feeling I might end up abandoning mission on this one already. Not sure about this one already. I may have to rethink this one. That looks... What in the world did I do to this? I'm abandoning mission on this. I think I did something. All right. I think this one's ready to complete, to stop. It's been going 2 hours and 20 minutes, 421, so over an hour, so 70 minutes of data, 178 drop frames, which isn't fantastic, but until I can figure out how to restack, or until Siril is stable restacking it, these kind of mosaics, or this number of frames, I'm gonna just have to deal with it. Okay, so let's come back to, let's go release control, and I'm gonna try processing this, but before I do, I will find another target. So I'm gonna release control, bring back the app over here, and let's go. This is too manual at this point, but that's all I got. Okay, and then bring this on, and I have to, I think, Yeah, I think it's okay at the moment. All right, so this is processing. Oh, notice it's actually cold enough where it has the it's complaining about it being too cold. All right, we're stopping. Unfortunately, it said it's unknown, I guess, because I framed it so weirdly. So I'm gonna have to figure out where that image is. But in the meantime, let's think of something else to image. When I was out there adjusting the all sky camera, I did see that I saw Orion, but I'm not sure if it's actually visible from the backyard yet. It's close. So let's see. Oh, wow. You are using Starlink. Oops. Well, sorry about that. Sorry about that. Maybe you need your own Starlink. I'm sure that's affordable. That's unfortunate that it says unknown in the footer. I guess because the Seestar didn't know which target it was. Okay, so let's go exit. And what I wanted to do was I was going to go. I'm looking at Stellarium off screen mostly because I don't want to flip back and forth. Twinkling Comet Cluster. There's some interestingly named things. Broken Heart Cluster. Okay, so is it visible? Is it visible? Yeah, Rosette is a ways away from being visible, but Orion should be visible. The Orion Nebula, that is. Witch's Head should be visible. I feel like the Witch's Head is too faint, though. Let's see. I'm checking this off screen. Yeah, Christmas tree is like an hour or more from being visible. Says there's stuff. Maybe we can do something here. Now, when I did the what do you call it? The Horsehead Nebula. I did that for only 20 minutes. No, not even 15 minutes. So I could potentially do something with that. Just kind of looking around in Stellarium. What else? What is all that up here? Oh, yeah, I mean, these wouldn't be mosaic things. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, sorry about that. That's kind of painful. That is very painful. You know, I could do the jellyfish, but I feel like that's kind of faint. But it might be worth a shot. since I already did Orion, the Orion Nebula, but let's look. Let's just double check if there's anything. If there's anything, let's look at the sky atlas here. Okay. So I've got Jupiter, the Orion Nebula. So possibilities. I could do Orion Nebula again, which we just processed that, so I'm not sure I want to do that again. The Horsehead Nebula, it was too dark, so maybe I do more on the Horsehead Nebula. That might be worth a shot. The other option is to process over here. Where was it? It was jellyfish. 443. That is, I mean, it's kind of faint. You know, I mean, it's okay. I've gotten reasonable results with that, but maybe I do go ahead and go for kind of this area, and maybe actually I kind of try to do a bigger mosaic here. So let's frame it. And maybe I just, so that was, it claims it's an hour, so let me rotate it. Says what? Let's see, how long does that say? Okay. Now, let's look in here. So that would get the Horsehead Nebula, the Flame Nebula, the Lump Star. It would theoretically also get all this. So, do we want, how big is that? It's a 60% frame? Maybe I try a 50%. What's the difference time-wise? 50 and 60. It both claims 1.1 hour. See, even 1.4. Now that bothers me. It says device reconnect failed. That is not very reassuring. Let's see if this works. Let's see. Yeah, it wasn't very confidence inspiring because it had that pop-up saying it had to reconnect. But it did, so it is, and we'll see if it actually can see. Well, it claims. Notice that, like I say again, it's blue up there. Now one thing, now this is good, it's got the filter turned on. I'm going to run an autofocus because it has gotten much colder and I just want to make sure the focus hasn't drifted. And then once that's done, I'll kick off the imaging, and then I'll release control so we can switch back to the other view. Yep. moment. Un momento. But yeah, I'll be doing a okay. How's that? Does it look any crisper? Yeah, it looks this star at the top looks a little less bloated, so I'll classify that as a win. So it's funny that it's blue. Haven't seen that in a while. Let's kick off the imaging. Oh, the other thing I didn't do is I'm not running this with the dew shield, so I need to try to do that more often just to minimize kind of light extra glare. Okay, cool. Notice how angled it is on the screen. So we'll go ahead and go back. Go back and advanced and guest and release control. And now I should be able to switch back to me. Not so much me, but the browser and the all sky camera. So let's claim control and live view. It is interesting how it really does clearly start in the beginning, in the middle, and you can see how it's like the initial frame ended here and how it's adding frames kind of this direction. Now the one thing, that image looked pretty dark, the one I shot before. What I'm concerned about is how dark this already is, and that it's not going to accumulate that much more data in here. So, yeah, but we'll see. Let me zoom in a little bit so we can kind of see it building up. Now, I mean, it will, as it spirals around, it will get more more data from this central area, but that's really the kind of the area of interest, and I feel like it's not going to get enough data. Oh, it's already going down. But that, oh hey. It's horribly lost. Are you running the latest firmware, Mark-a-Lot? Because that's the one. I think you said you did. You had. After this is processing for a bit, okay. Yeah, if you updated 2 days ago, you're running the version that you'll like, according to that information, if it's having issues or dropping a lot of frames, you might have to shut off the horizontal calibration, and then okay. Oh, nice, nice. That's funny. It heard you. It had a microphone. It heard you. It's like, oh, he's really upset now. Yeah, so this is gonna run for a while. So one thing I am tempted to do is I want to go look at these mosaics. So this is 384. This was only 87. This was 300. That might be... Instead of, like, trying one with a lot, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the frames for this mosaic. The previous one I shot of the Horsehead Nebula. I'm going to get the subframes. I'm going to try again to stack them in Siril. Yeah. I mean, that's what some people have done. Yeah. I mean, what some people were running into is, as I understand it, they drop a lot of frames, and what they end up doing is shutting off the horizontal calibration in settings, and then just making sure the telescope's level within 2 degrees, and then, like, it's not like the horizontal calibration. My understanding is it by or polar alignment, it takes images at 3 points and it builds up a model of like how rotated it is. Whereas if you turn that off, it's just going off of how level it thinks it is. And that's why it'll end up complaining if you're too far off level, or it'll just really be bad. But if you get it pretty level, because there was a time where I wasn't doing the horizontal calibration at all, mostly because I have such bad skies that a lot of times it would fail anyway, so I just shut it off. But then I had to have the telescope more level. So it was kind of like a trade-off. But I think that's the workaround if you're dropping a lot of frames with the very latest firmware. But they seem to indicate that they're coming out with a new one. That's fair. It's yeah, I don't think I would. I don't blame you. I mean, it was in the 40s just now for me, and that was, I was like trying to adjust the focus, but I have shorts on, and so I was starting to, I had put on a hoodie, but I had shorts on, and I was questioning my life choices as I was out there trying to adjust the focus. And it was a little breezy too, and I was just, I was like, why did I do that? Why did I do that? Why was it bothering me? Did it really bother me that much that I needed to go out here and fix the focus? Yeah, but I did anyway. But let's see. Okay, so what I was going to do is get the previous IC434 mosaic subs, and just as a test, try stacking them. Now I'm getting new subs tonight, so I'm going to have to grab the ones from the 27th? Yeah, 27th. So that's okay. Now, one thing, I see sub. One thing I noticed was, sorry, I'm typing this. Light start 2024 11/27. Did I did it purely after midnight? I hope. Let me just double check. 11/27. No, I did start it on the 26th. That's okay. So I'll copy that. But yeah, one thing that was good, that last mosaic was unknown, but the Seestar mosaics are named differently, the folders. So instead of going in the unknown folder, it's unknown _ mosaic. So at least I can grab it more. It shouldn't be as big of a problem as I initially thought it would be. Which actually I should start that. Known. But yeah, as far as the network, some people use extenders. At least 1 or 2 people actually have an outdoor access point. I ended up I have an Ethernet. I had an Ethernet jack downstairs in a room that's just on the other side of the wall from where the telescopes are usually set up, the Seestars. And so I set up a travel router I had there. And ever since I have, it's a lot better. A lot better. But yeah, it's kind of annoying otherwise. All right. Yeah, the other thing I'm doing is I'm grabbing that that mosaic I just did so I can process it while I'm also grabbing the subframes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that could be a bit of a problem. Yeah. Yeah, I had tried at one point. I had the telescope. I was trying to image on in a different location, and it was far away from the access point, and it was really it was almost unusable. I mean, it's one thing when like live view is sluggish, but when it was having problems just with commands, that was a problem. Okay. Yeah. Let's see. All right, I've grabbed 46 of the however many frames it was, 87. So, I mean, even in spite of the network, how I've improved the network, some things can be a bit sluggish at times. And right now I'm like copying FITS files over the network, and it's a bit sluggish. Okay, but it's getting there. But one thing I can do, let's see. All right. Grabbing all the subframes. And while this is continuing to run, at least I also grabbed this. And I'm not sure if I'm gonna process this, but I might try. So here's the thing that we just shot for an hour, over an hour and 10 minutes of, that looks like something. It'll either be drastically improved or I'll get partway through it and then stop. But let's go ahead and load that. And it is unknown. Okay. I'm not going to crop it, I don't think. And now I just need to denoise it, which always takes a while. All right. All right, all right. Wow. I see your post, Mark, about 0 frames on the Crab Nebula. That's rough. That is rough. Yeah, yeah, I think they're aware of it. All right. Okay. Yeah. 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 Okay, that's good. That's good. Yeah, that was a suggested workaround is um to disable so I guess it was level enough. So you didn't have to go outside in the cold. So, but at least that's good. Cool. Yeah, because that's rough. That like, and that's I mean that's kind of it's not exclusive to Seestar. It's just the whole smart device space. Like I had these Amazon. It was an Amazon brand. They were, I guess, to be fair, I got these. They were cheap, and they were a cloud camera something. They had them. I got them when they first came out. They were pretty inexpensive, but after a few years, they decided they were going to discontinue them. And the problem is, they need the cloud to work, and or at least unless somebody figures out to how to route them. But basically, they all turned into e-waste because they shut down the service, and then they were all paperweights, which kind of sucks. But I'm not saying that with the telescope, but just a general smart device thing where if they push out an update that suddenly you lose functionality. Yeah. I don't know. I'm trying to think. Yeah, maybe. I'm having a hard time thinking if that would be a factor, but it could very well be, because I know in other cases, well, it wouldn't be the field rotation. I mean, well, no, it does. Rotation can affect the tracking, or the rotation can affect the tracking, I think, because I've had it where it kind of, especially for long exposures, where if it starts rotating a lot, it starts struggling to match stars. All right. Almost there. And again, I hear my fan on my computer. Really chugging along. Let me... How far is it in? Okay, only 12 minutes in. Yeah, the last one I did, I only got 87 frames, so we're almost up to that point, but it was a smaller mosaic, I think. The fan is really loud. Really loud. Okay. Okay, so the original, and now gradient and denoised. Yeah, it's nice and much cleaner. So let's see what we can do with this thing. Save that. Now, I could try doing star extraction. Or maybe I don't. There are a couple of stars where I could see they might be a problem. So maybe let me try just what a stretch in cosmic clarity looks like. Okay. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Let's preview. Okay. Zoom out a bit. All right. I might have to... No. I might have to do GHS. Although that looks not too bad. Maybe I will do both. I mean, not at the same time, but yeah, I'll do 20 on this. 21. Okay. I'm going to save this. 021, 020. Okay, save. Oops, nope. 020, 02. Wait, no, it was 021, 020. 020 dot fits. Save. 16-bit. Okay. So now let's try this in Siril. Unknown. Open. No, wasn't going to do that. I was going to do that. And let's look at it. Auto stretch. See, look at how much more detail that is. That's just the auto stretch view. And histogram, there's a lot more data in there. So let me go linear. And then that sounds like, I don't know what that sounds like. He was going linear, man. I don't even know. It's too late for me to know what the heck I'm even talking about. See? I'm gonna do this 3 different ways. You know what? YOLO. Sorry, it's getting late. It's been a long week. So this was with a histogram stretch. And then I'm going to load it up again. And I'm going to try doing it manually with GHS. To be honest, that so faint. Did I apply? Yep. linear, change the black point. Nope, too far, apply. I'm almost thinking the histogram stretch was a reasonable first shot at it. Let me see. Yeah. Nope. Oh, and I might be able to. If the LP filter is red, I mean, on mine it's like a grayed out green. So I'm not 100. Maybe, maybe it is. You know, part of me is thinking this. Let's see, local stretch. Okay. Trying to bring out, but I'm bringing out some of the. But, you know, I'm meant to do logarithmic. Okay. Do I want to do that point? Let's see. I'm not sure this is what I want to be doing, but I'm doing it anyway. And maybe what I need to do is I want to play around with curves, maybe. Say that and that. Let's see if that's funny. What in the world did that do? Obviously, I don't know what I'm doing with the curves. Zoom in here. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I feel about this. I don't know. I mean, it is bringing out stuff. I'm not sure not sure I care for. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I'm making it worse. But I'll just leave it with that. And so we've got that. And so let's recap. Let's review the different. So this was manual stretch. This was the cosmic clarity stretch, which I ended up giving up on. And then this is the histogram stretch. So it's kind of hard to tell because these are all stretched in. So let me think. What do I want to do next? Maybe I just run it through cosmic clarity at this point. Yeah, I guess so. Feel like I'm missing a step, but all right. Actually, one other thing, I got all of the what do you call it? All of the mosaic subframes done or copied off the Seestar. So now I'm copying them onto the computer. And okay, cool. So let us go. So this mosaic is chugging along. So I'm going to actually try running all three of these through cosmic clarity. Yeah, I'll try all three. And I'm going to go back to the 0.1 or 0.5 instead of the 0.9 for stars. So let's run that. And see what it comes up with. Okay. So run. Oops. Cosmic Clarity Mac. And maybe I just do the command line. What is this non-stellar strength? I'll run the command line. Because I just was doing 0.5 and 0.5. What was this 2? We'll have to look at the UI and see what it comes up with. But this is looking nice. Sorry, I always do that. And my periodic reminder for the Discord server. If you haven't joined, it's a place where we talk about astronomy. It's the channel, share images and whatever else. Wow. Oh, that's nice. Mark-a-Lot has a 700 millimeter. Is that 700 millimeter focal length? or 70 millimeter? What scope do you have on the? I'm just looking at your I guess it's Nina screen. And yeah, Seiko is having a rough time. It's slightly faster than dial-up, but not much. That's kind of painful. Oh yeah, for yeah, no, it threw me because I was like, wait, that doesn't make. See, I'm tired and I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. 700 millimeter. It's like that would be like 20. That would be over 20 inches, a couple feet in diameter. But yeah, 103 APO. That's cool. That's nice. Yeah, the biggest refractor I have is 75 millimeter. Okay, cool. So now this is okay. So okay, non-stellar sharpening is 3 by default. So this command line I had, which I got from somewhere, I forget, had it at 2. So I need to keep that in mind. That might be another setting I need to play around with. Okay, 0.5, 0.5, go. And it's running. All right. Oh, and yeah, I had 3 images. So let me check something here. My, again, my CPU fan is kicking in. Wow, it is really, that is some of the loudest I've heard, the CPU fan. Wow. All right. It is chugging along. Okay, that is done. All right. So let's try. So let's copy the 3 images. And we'll check them out. So again, well, let me move this back off. Here, the metric, or our kind of reference. This is what came out of the Seestar. And let's open. So we have 3 sharpened ones. That one's kind of a little washed out. I think that's why I stopped, because I wasn't sure, but maybe the other ones are too. So the histograms sharpened one, that is very vibrant. And so I'm going to save that. Now, one thing I'm not sure is if that area actually has that much nebulosity, or if it's an artifact. That's one thing I always have a hard time judging. Now this one doesn't have that issue. I think I need to step away. I'll be right back. I will be right back. One of the dogs was going nuts downstairs. So I figured it would be best to investigate. It was just going nuts. Oh well. Let us see. Did I save this one? Yeah, the horse head is making progress. It's and it's a kind of a it's a native mosaic, so just trying to see how that works. Now, meanwhile, this is okay. I did save them. So we have, and like I say, I'm not 100% sure. I need to, a lot of times when I'm processing images, I end up kind of looking at other people's images to see if what I'm seeing is real or an artifact of processing. So this one. Now, again, this is a problem where sometimes the noise ends up overdone. Or I think cosmic clarity is like turning some of the noise into star-like things. So this is the this was from earlier. This was the spider and the fly M37 cluster and some NGC cluster. Now this was the out of the telescope JPEG. And I should dump this in Discord, which I've been doing and trying to do. So this is spider, fly, and M37 and some NGC cluster T to be filled in. What was it? 426 frames of native mosaic out of telescope and processed. So yeah, so this is out of the telescope. That's fine. Now some of this feels it's a little overcooked, definitely. And then some of this red noise is definitely, I think I wonder if I need to run it through another denoise, but I mean, it's definitely brighter. And so this is the one I did with GHS. And now this is just the default stack. I mean, the default histogram stretch in Siril. And then feeding it into cosmic clarity. But let's go ahead and look at it before I ran it through cosmic clarity. So which one do I want to do? I'll just do the histogram one. So this is the histogram. So all this is it's been run through Graxpert, and then I did a histogram stretch in Siril, and that's it. And let's bring that up. Yeah, I don't know. Oops. Let's see. Dang it. Yeah, I guess the cosmic clarity version's okay. Because some of these red pixels were in this one. I do. It would be interesting to run this if I can re-stack it in Siril, the mosaic. If I could do it with drizzling on. Yeah, might have to do some more cleanup, but it's maybe it's okay. Maybe it's okay. It's just kind of like, is it introducing a lot of artifacts on then, or is that area actually like that? So let me go ahead and dump that in Discord. So the original one, this is the original. What do you call it? Graxpert plus histogram only, and then Graxpert plus histogram plus cosmic clarity. So I'll post those three. Which one? Histogram only, and then histogram and cosmic clarity. Now I guess if I Let me close all these. So if I go, just open the histogram and the histogram with cosmic clarity. Like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like I need to give it another try, but I'm not doing that right now. All right. Okay. So the horse head's slowly coming together. Now the not last, but one other thing I wanted to try. So I'm going to mark this green as something I've actually already looked at. I was going to see one more time if I could do the mosaic stacking with the mosaic stacking in Siril. So restacking the native mosaic in Siril. So let's try that. Let us try that. Okay. So go to that directory. Okay, now there were only 76 successful frames, but there were a total of how many frames? There were a total of no. Oh, okay. 200. What? Yikes. There were 259 frames, including the failed ones. So, what I can do, because I'm not sure about the provenance, about the quality of these failed frames, I'm going to I'm going to just process the non-failed ones to begin with. Pick the processed folder and okay. And then, so we're going to manually stack. Let's try to bring it in a bit. Not that way. Okay. So we will process. We'll manually add just the successful frames, which is only 87, or so. So hopefully this will actually not crash. So lights, debear, and convert. Okay. And then I have to run the astrometry plate solving. And it plate solves all 87 frames. Okay, that is good. Now, I wanted to do maximum estimate. Okay, fine. That seems okay. Go register. All right. And so that's good. It was hanging before on the registration, but I was doing like a couple hundred. So we'll see. Wait, 31? What? Oh, darn it. Hold on a second. Remember, I I didn't remember, but I had made a comment earlier saying, and I just remembered that I was like, oh, right, there actually are files from the 26th. Like the mosaic started on the 26th. And then like near midnight, and then finished early on the 27th, and I'd only grabbed the files from the 26th, so there were only 31 frames. I missed the first few. So I'm grabbing them now. This will take a little bit of time. Yeah. And it's not super fast. Copying over Wi-Fi off the Seestar. Yeah. At least my wireless network is. I mean, I think it'll get about. I think it gets just on like about a megabyte per second, which isn't great, but I think it's faster than that sometimes. But right now, it's kind of slow. Yeah, it's got a few more. It's up to 23, 58, 57 on the 26th. 23 or 29, 54. So I think that's it. Oh, and then of course the failed frames, which we don't care about as much. All right. Oops. Okay. All right. Okay, cool. Okay. Sorry, I'm just copying files over. All right, cool. So, almost there. And so we'll do this again. All right. All right. So I'm going to restart Siril. And we'll try that. Okay. All right. So, sequence. Nope, not sequence. Conversion. Add. We're going to, again, like I say, just add. See, now there's more. Not that many more, but there are more. More than 31. All right. Lights. Deep air. Convert. All right. Now, I've got to do the plate solve. And go. Good thing is it's nice and fast. Close. Registration. See, now there's 85 images. So that's better. Maximum estimate. Okay. Go register. And it completes without... What? Okay. Registration, fine. Now let's try stacking. And do I want to do output normalization? I'll just do this. Oh, hello. How's it going? Yeah, thanks. This is just a Seestar mosaic. It's just kind of chugging along, and with my terrible Bortle 9 skies. But yeah, thank you, and welcome. If welcome to the stream. If okay, stacked. Ooh, green. Okay, so this is not the same thing I'm working on right now, but these images are from this. Oh, let me close this. Close. Okay, close. Close. So this is a restacked. This was from a different night. This is a restacked version of this. And it's interesting because this one I ended up stopping, or it didn't complete. This one's a little bit more rotated. Interesting. So I'm going to load this into Graxpert. But this is good. It actually was able to run. Oh yeah. Oh nice. Carina Nebula. That's awesome. Yeah, I don't think I can that's not a target I can image, I believe. But that's awesome. Processed. Let's get the, actually what I need to do, let me just move that stacked image out of, move IV processed, R stack, move it up, and I'll just open this. Okay. Oh, nice. Hour and 30 minutes. Let's see. Let's. The Great Nebula and Carina. Oh, that's pretty. Yeah, not something I can. Yeah, it's minus 60. Don't think that would be something I could image. That's awesome. Yeah, nice. 20 minutes, you can get 2 hours. That's great. That's really cool. Yeah, unfortunately, like I say, I can't see that target, but that's really awesome. Maybe one day. Okay. Don't want to get too carried away with the... No, that's the live view of what I'm looking at. What I need to look at is... This is the one. This is the one that this data is based... Or, this is the same data, so... Just trying to see the extent. Yeah, what the heck, I'll just do that. Yeah, I it's one of those things where I probably need, if I go on such a trip, I'd need to come up with a list of top subjects, and that would be probably, I'm sure, one of them. Or I shouldn't say probably, it would be. That's cool though. Let me look at this again. Are you doing a mosaic? Are you imaging it with a Seestar or some other telescope? That is a big target. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Just a camera. That would make sense. Yeah, because that is such a big target. Like, I'm trying to see if, like, oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Let me go check. Yeah, like, I guess if you had a big enough sensor and a fairly, well, and it also depends, I guess, on what else you're also getting. Yeah, an R7, nice. Nice, those are nice. Very nice. Oh, I mean, you know, I mean, Seestars are, I mean, they're nice little telescopes. You can do a lot with them, but you can also do a lot with a camera and a lens. I didn't. I mean, I've used my my cameras over the years a lot for astrophotography, and I've actually seen some photos recently that have kind of inspired me to want to try to do some more with some of my cameras, or to, like, for some targets. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, the price. Yeah, I remember years ago. There was some. It was actually some Japanese camera I wanted to get. Nothing too exotic, but the U.S. distributor, or like the official way of getting it through the distributor, it was like twice what it would cost if you bought it like just about anywhere else. Yeah, this isn't too bad. So this would be compared to, I don't think I'm going to fully process this, but at least it's kind of a proof of concept that I was able to restack it. Now the test is going to be, can I restack more frames? Yeah, the inflation can really. Yeah, I mean, I've never really done it justice with a camera. I've shot it with the Seestar, but yeah, with a camera, it's not. I don't think it's too bad of a target. Okay, thanks, Bam Bam, for joining. Glad, appreciate it, and have a good evening. Why does it stick? Yeah, okay. Sometimes the chat doesn't get dismissed correctly. Man, this is taking a while. How many drop frames do we have? Oh no. Wow. Why is it dropping so many frames? Let me look at this. Maybe that's what ended up happening before. And it's interesting. The other one only had 87 stacked frames. Is there something about this target? Let me look. Well, that's kind of a waste. I haven't really been paying attention. It's like not making progress. What could be the issue? Let me think about this. Let me see what it says if I go to this. Transform failed. So I've been getting these errors. So let me look at these subframes I have. Because this was the same target, and I had a bunch of failures too. So here, and these are all failures, and they all look correct. So the next thing I need to do actually is I'm going to restack this with all of it. Okay, let me do this real quick. Okay. That's so bizarre. Let me do this and then I'll look at the chat. I'm like realizing that this is just wasting time, but it's good. Okay, good night. Okay. No, that's good. That's good. I mean, you got to start. That's great. 3 targets. Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird issue, and I need to try to get to the bottom of it. Maybe it's some issue with their algorithm. I don't know. I mean, because a lot of times it's wind, but I don't know why it's doing that. Oh yeah, yeah. Yes, please drop it in the Discord. I love seeing. I genuinely love seeing targets that I've never imaged before, and because I can't. So it's they're kind of extra nice to see. So I think I'm going to have to stop this one, but first I want to try to restack this because I'm curious why. I'm going to add all of these and I'll see what Siril makes of it, because a lot of these it's getting this transform error, and I do wonder if it's just certain targets. So bizarre. Okay, cool. Cool. All right, so convert, calibration, no, registration. Oh no, I have to do astrometry, image plate solve. Now, first test, will it be able to plate solve everything? It was not able to plate solve everything, but it plate solved a lot of it. So let's, it only, interesting. There was a lot that I wasn't able to plate solve. All right. So let's see if this will actually work. Okay, cool. Let's go stack. Hi, Chris. Sorry, I missed the thing. Hi, Chris. How's it going? Thanks for joining. So, funny you should mention that. I've just finally got to that. Remember, I had this issue where when I tried to do the previous stacks, it would fail. Like it would hang partway through. And I gave up on it that evening. But I figured I'd try again. Tonight. But first thing I did, well, at the beginning of the night, I hadn't actually tried stacking it until just now. But what I ended up doing was I downloaded, I downloaded the latest version of Siril, the latest dev version of Siril, one that was from today, hoping that they had fixed that issue where registration would hang. And it looks like they might have, because I was just able to reprocess or restack. First I did 80 and now I just did 161 frames from yeah. So it was able to process a lot, but I'm processing, I'm running a mosaic on the Horsehead Nebula again, and the other day I had a lot of drops, and I'm having a lot of drops tonight with these, like a lot of drops. And it was giving me these transformation errors, and I'm not completely understanding what's happening with it, but let's see. So 84 to 85. We'll let this run for a second. So what I'm probably going to do is stop it. Yeah. Well, in the case of the Horsehead, I have it. It's got massive, like 74% fail rate. It's so bizarre. But I think I'm gonna stop it. Yeah, no, I'm not on the the buggy release, which is the weird thing, you know. Like, I would understand if I was on that build, but I'm not. I didn't update it. Yeah, so weird. But now it's like suddenly making progress, I guess because I looked at it and I realized I was onto it. But yeah, so this is good as far as I've been able to reprocess. So what I'm going to do now is look at some of the other mosaics. Maybe I'll look at the Andromeda data. Let me see. Star trails. Let's see. Let me go. It's so weird. Okay, it's getting there. So bizarre that it just like dropped so many. But what I'll do is I'll go ahead and let me grab some data. What I want to do is let's see if I can grab, where was that? Okay. Yeah, it's finally making progress. I saw it filling in some data over here. But like, why did it drop so much? All right, just waiting for seeing if I can grab. Okay. Okay. All right. Sorry, I'm just. Okay. 1300. Let's see if we can grab this. I'm not sure if I want to do the full 1300. Maybe I'll do this one, the M33. 875. All right, well, we'll try this one. M33. Lights. All right. Okay. All right. All right. Let's see if this works. Let's see, lights. Okay. Oops. That's what I'm doing wrong. All right. Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, some people end up, yeah, I don't know. 20 darks isn't bad, but yeah, sometimes, yeah, I know some people say recommend high more. And then like stack. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not thinking clearly. But I forget how many calibration frames I usually would take. Yeah, see, it's funny. It like suddenly. Yeah, it's like getting data along the corner. Let's see. So I'm copying a whole bunch of frames, so we'll see how this goes. It's funny because, yeah, I was R syncing, and when I did compressed, it was like much slower because the computer, I was copying it off just as an underpowered CPU. So this is an M33 mosaic that the data was actually contributed by Chris. This was before yeah. Let's see. Okay, so here is this, and yeah, so I'm trying to, because this was an experiment. I don't easily have any mosaics on hand with that many frames. I mean, they're on the Seestar, and it would take too long to copy them off. Three hours. Yikes. Ouch. What am I? Sorry, I'm trying to. All right, so let's see if this will. I don't know why it glitches like this sometimes. So let's see if this will actually work. So I'm gonna try this, and I will do a, let's see. So we'll add, I'm not going to add all the frames to start with since I had mixed luck with that, but I'll try a big chunk of them. Lights. Okay. So now this is M33. Just seeing if I can stack that. I need to do my 417 files. Okay, so that's that. I think in the past when I would try to do that many, it would crash. So we will see if this works. The registration step will be the first step that would have problems previously, and then the second step is actually the stacking. So maximum estimate 400 images. Okay, so let's go ahead and register. And then if this succeeds, I'll do the stack. And if that succeeds, I'm going to go ahead and reprocess the whole group of images, which is like 800. And if that works, then that's great. 400. Okay, registration worked. So now's the moment of truth. And I forget what was happening. It's like it would run partway through and just fail or something. Or the image was like the output was corrupt. That was one of the issues it had. But only with a certain amount of data. Yeah. And I think I was able to work around that, but I don't remember. We'll see. $7 GB of memory. Okay. It didn't end prematurely, and it worked. Well, that's great. So let me move that image out. Okay, and that was 400 images. Okay. So I'm gonna quit this. There's method to my madness. And let's relaunch Siril. Where is it? It's over. For some reason, it sometimes opens on the other monitor. Fine. Okay, so we will we'll redo this. And I will, this time, do everything. All 800 frames. And call this lights. Debear convert. Okay. Which you know what this means. I should be able to run. I need to do this. I'm gonna go back to the Horsehead Nebula and I'm gonna restack it with drizzle. I think. If I can. I'll try. Okay. So now I do astrometric. Okay. It's finally it after like failing a whole bunch of frames, it's actually making progress and filling in. That's so weird. So weird. Man, it is zipping along. Cool. Okay. So it processed 811. So the next step is, will this actually work? And estimate. Okay. Cool. So register. If this gets through, the final test will be the stacking. So fingers crossed. Yeah, the next, yeah. I'm just pondering the implications of this. All right. And the final thing is to run the stack. And okay. All right, how much memory is this going to burn? 8.9 gig of RAM, 8.9 gig of memory. I could have probably brought up my other telescope, but I probably wouldn't have been as focused on image processing, which was the whole point. Plus the the conditions, the seeing wasn't great. It's kind of turbulent and yeah, it does. It definitely has improved, and I think that was the possibility that I was going to improve. So it's fine. I'm able to focus on the mosaics and processing images, and Monday night should be good, and the moon won't still won't be much of an issue, so that'll be good. But then I don't think I have any good weather for a number of days, so I'll have to come up with a plan to either yeah, one. Yeah, no, I don't want to, especially because I run the other one in equatorial, and that new update caused issues with equatorial. See, Monday might be okay, but then it's going to be lousy for a while for me. But maybe that'll give me the incentive I need to get some of the remote stuff working. But we'll see. Okay, it allegedly finished, and it worked. It stacked all 811 or whatever it was. So that is the first time. Yeah. Well, it's like I can stack normal mosaic normal stacks. Well, this isn't actually mine. That's Chris's data. That is purely Chris's data. And actually, let me show you. Let me show you. I processed it at one point. I processed it. Hold on. Or is it still on my... No, it's still here. Okay. Let's see. Give me a sec. The PNG files. Okay. Yeah. So I've previously processed this data, but a smaller subset. I never was able to process all 800. I was able to process 400, but this was basically the same data, and I ran it through. I mean, there's artifacts in the corner, but that was run through Cosmic. Sorry, I'm like trying to flip over to here. So it's the same data set. I basically ran it through sorry, I'm trying to get it side by side. I ran this through, what did I ran it through? Ran it through Graxpert, a Siril script called Astro Barbecue, which is really simple. Then I ran it through a program called Cosmic Clarity, which does sharpening, and yeah, like that was the final result. And I didn't do anything like dithering because I was barely having any luck getting it to stack, because you can do normal stacks in Siril in the existing released version, But in the dev version, you can do, it supports astrometric stacking where the frames don't have to overlap, or they can be even shot with different equipment, different, what do you call it? Different focal lengths, different angles, and it matches up the stars. It plate solves everything and then kind of builds out the mosaic. And that's because of the way the native Seestar stack mosaics work, where it kind of takes photos in a spiral. The old version of Siril really didn't do a good job stacking it, but I wanted to try to get the dev version to stack it, but it's a dev version and it had some bugs, and it was like it would crash on registration. Like at one point I was able to get it to process to register and stack up to a few hundred, like 400, like this one here on the right I did with 400 a couple weeks ago. But then they came out with some updated ones that had some regressions or whatever. It just completely crashed, wouldn't work at all. And so today I just downloaded the latest build, one of the latest builds, to see if they fixed that issue, and they have. So I'm kind of curious to see what it'll be like with a lot more data. Yeah, no, it wasn't mine. Yeah, it was all Chris. Chris has much better skies. I am behind on cosmic clarity. I mean, he's updating it really quickly. The version I have is like 2 weeks old or something, I think. Yeah. Let me see. Get into Discord. Oh, and the amount of data to answer explicando. It's I mean, this one is 471 10-second exposures, and this one is I mean, this is unprocessed. This is just the raw stack with histogram stretch, kind of a visual stretch. It's this is 800 so over 2 hours of data. Yeah. So that's going to be great. Yeah, satellite trail remover. That'll be handy. I need to look at that, because the other problem, one thing he added, like I'm using cosmic clarity but standalone, and I saw the video where he has it integrated, where you just pick the thing and it handles all the details, and I'm like, well, that would be handy. But yeah, he's been on a tear updating it, so I'm behind. But this weekend I was going to rebuild this computer I have here with Windows, and maybe try out the Windows version of cosmic clarity instead of doing all this on my Mac. But let me look at Discord. Okay. Yeah, so this is what it did with, let me save this out to the PNG. Oh. Cancel. Why? See, it's a little buggy. Yeah, so let me go I'm just going to do a histogram stretch. Nope. Which one is it? Maybe I do that, and then okay. And actually, what I should do is photometric color calibration. I mean, basically I'm not doing anything linear. Ooh, what did I do? Whatever I did, I didn't do the right thing. Actually, what I need to do is move this. Let's say 11. So I will open this file, and then I will go do a histogram stretch. Okay. And then I will put a metric. Will that fix it? Nope. Wait, what? Transform clip. There. Close. Green. Apply. Oh man, I really fudged this up. No. What am I doing? Now. Whoa. I'm losing it. I'm just trying to do something really quick, and it's not happy with me, or I'm not happy with it. Although I've had this issue before. No. What would be the best fix for this? Yeah. Yeah, the sharpening, it is definitely strong. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, let me look. Wait. Open. Let me just start with the image again. Okay. Linear mode, actually. What is it? It's unchained. Let me look at linear. Yeah, so let me show you. To get, yeah, I'll drop the link. It's basically this and here, and so this is, yeah, what Chris said. It's the nightly build. So I go to this site and I find the latest one that is on the master branch, and then I pick, you know, like whatever, like if for me it's Mac OS, and then I pick download here. Otherwise, yeah, that's basically it. And yeah, it's basically, yeah, continuously building. Right now it's 1.3.4, and then it's got some build number. Now, and if you use a Mac, the download is not signed, so you have to like unquarantine it. But yeah, it's just, it works fine. Okay. So let's see. Maybe try. Yep, no problem. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just going to, since I'm having such issues, I'm just going to save stretched and processed, and then actually I didn't mean to do that. I should have saved it since I was in there. Since I was in there, I could just have saved it directly as a PNG, but I didn't. Okay, so let's dump that in Discord. Let's see. It is making progress. It has dropped a lot of frames. I mean, it's only gotten half an hour of data after running for 2 hours. That's kind of ridiculous. Okay. All right, here's the file. So that is unprocessed. So this is stacked in Siril using astrometric stretch. Yeah, yeah. It's interesting the framing, because I picked Max as well, so it's interesting that it's. Oh, actually, no, it is almost. It is like the exact same framing, or just about, because I'm looking at like the bright stars around. It's getting that much more of the galaxy. Like, that's pretty impressive. Graxpert stretch. No other processing in Graxpert. So, yeah, no, that, oh, hi. There's two. I'm sorry. I'm so far behind on the chat. 2 other people joined. Cake Stars and Archu something. But like, thanks for joining. But yeah, so that's that's good. Now what can we do with our newfound power? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean right now I've got what do you call it? I've got City Astro, Graxpert, and the Siril dev version, but there have been, and I have Stellarium open, of course, to figure out what I'm going to image, but there have been times where I had like the prod version and the dev version of Siril running at the same time. And it gets kind of confusing when I'm bouncing around. Again, I feel like it's barely progressing. Because it's like 29 minutes of integration time. Yeah, it's failing again. Transform failed. Yeah, no space. Yeah, I'm actually doing everything on an external drive. Like just literal space I'm having issues with. Yeah, I think I'm gonna stop this one since it seems to be just failing. But it's a nice big frame, but like I don't know why it fails like that. Maybe it's because it, yeah, I don't know. So I've got to go release control. I could stop it in here, but I'll stop it from over here. And I'm not going to switch back here. Okay, it's stopped. Or no, it's stopping. Yeah, it's stuck at 29 minutes. It is having a lot of issues. So, do we want to try another mosaic while we're at it? Let's see. Let's go look at Stellarium, see if there's something I want to image. There's a lot of now. Oh, no, that's not even the current time. Okay. See, I could do more of the rosette. What? Are you kidding me? Orion's already like past the meridian? Well, that's disappointing. I mean, it's disappointing because that just shows how limited my time is with Orion. Like, I was barely able to start imaging it 2 hours ago. Like, it had just cleared this building, and now it's probably not far from being obstructed by other buildings. It's 1:30 in the morning here, but it's, you know, Friday night, so I don't have anywhere to go tomorrow. Let's see. All right. So, oh wow. Oh wow. I guess because of, yeah, you're much further east, and plus maybe is it daylight savings time there too? But you know, yeah, Brazil -3. Yeah, because it's not daylight savings time, we're -6 right now, or where I am, it's -6. I wonder. I did the rosette, so I'm not going to do the rosette again. I mean, tonight. But what I do, heart-shaped cluster? There's so many targets here now. What is this? Oh, the Seagull Nebula. I think that's going to be too low for me, but that is definitely something I want to start imaging. Oops, dang it. Like, or maybe I could try that. Yeah, why not? IC21. Well, actually, let me compare it. Nice. I mean, not that you're struggling, but cool that you're getting the sunrise. What is the brightness on rosette? Okay, it's 4.8, and I got pretty good results with that. Wonder if the seagull is it that much dimmer? Oh, and it's a reflection nebula. Never mind. But that maybe, or maybe I do. Let me look at the framing on this. I'm just looking at their just looking at the Seestar kind of current best, it claims. Yeah, actually, maybe I'll go ahead and switch to the other view so you can see what I'm seeing. All right, and let me share the app. Okay. So it mentions the seagull, golden eye. So maybe I will try the seagull. And I just want to see what the framing looks like. It might be too dim. Okay. So yeah, this might be ambitious. Might be too big of a target. Plus I don't have enough time. Yeah, that's too ambitious. Okay, let me see. General, I am so far behind. Okay. Let's see. Sorry, I'm like bouncing around here. 3-hour stack. I mean, that's yeah, I mean with the building in the way, you're definitely able to get some detail out. But that's going to be what target? Oh, the nebula, that's right. Yeah, I've got a lot of obstructions too. But yeah, that's rough with the buildings. I mean, I've definitely, I mean, I have so much light spill from buildings next, like near around my house. It's ridiculous. So let's look for, yeah, that is rough though. But it's cool with the processing. You can start seeing it. First target. I'm so far behind on my on the Discord. So let's go look at, yeah, 2 hours zoom in enough. Yeah. Yeah, I mean you'll have to, but yeah. That's cool. So maybe I'll just keep it simple and go for what should I go for? I did the rosette. Maybe I should end things with a relatively small target. Or maybe not even a mosaic, honestly. Yeah. I think. Oh, wait, what is this? Oh, this is interesting. Maybe I'll do that. I'm going to do M33, and I will do a mosaic. It's sorry, M44, the beehive cluster. Because it looks like it's a little too big. So let me go back to the normal framing. If you go to that, see, it's a little bit bigger than the field of view. And what's interesting, I don't know how bright they are, but there's a few galaxies in that frame. They're all about 14th, 15th magnitude. There's like 4 galaxies. But I'm going to just scale it up a little bit. Just to try to get some of the cluster. Yeah. I'll go with that. And then I'll do an autofocus. And yeah, I'll do an autofocus and then start it and then switch back. Yeah. No, I know what that I know all about that, where like certain directions just end up being really, really challenging. And I need to turn off the light pollution filter. Does not need to be on, assuming it seemed like it was still on, but maybe it was just temporarily on. All right. Okay. Doesn't need the light pollution filter on, that's for sure. That almost looks... Okay, that looks better. Oh. Is there... I think there's clouds coming through. Let me switch back. You see how it's the live view, how it's kind of the background's changing. Let me go switch to here, and you can see, let's look at the all sky. Yeah, see, wherever I'm pointing this at, there's some wispy clouds. But maybe it stopped. I'm just trying to figure out if the clouds are moving, getting worse, getting better. Actually, it looks pretty reasonable on the telescope, so I'm just going to go ahead and start it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's always rough when the target is, yeah, there were definitely clouds. But it seems like they've gone. Or I see some wispy things up at the top. Like up here, maybe. A little bit down there. Yeah. Okay, well, we shall see. It wouldn't be the first time that I end up like suddenly ending the stream because of clouds. All right, so now, oh yeah, see, there's some coming in here, but we'll see how this looks. But yeah, you can see there's some, and it's kind of, see, this is where the all sky camera I have is, it's very frustrating. I mean, this field of view is not like most all sky cameras. It's a fairly narrow field of view, but because there's no point in it being any wider, because there's literally a building out of frame just above, and then you can see there's one right here. But like I'll go outside in the evening, like out front, and I'll see, you know, a different part of the sky, and I can see clouds coming, but from the backyard I can't. Yeah, so let me go look at this. But the good thing is at least those clouds look kind of like high cirrus clouds, so hopefully it'll just kind of work around them. Or yeah, and especially because it's mostly bright stars. But let's see, so I was able to process 800. Should I try? You know what? I'm going to try more. Or am I? Which mosaic? Which mosaic do I have? Which would I want to do this with? Which was the unknown one? Oh, right. I know which one that was. 420. Yeah, I'm just debating at some point trying out drizzled stack, but I don't. Maybe I could do it with this one. I could do it with this one. Maybe I'll do that. Not tonight. Yeah, that's the way it's been. It's like a recurring thing around here where, like, I've had some clear days, but then the clouds would roll in at like 5 p.m. just before sunset. It was very frustrating. Let me see if I can. I'm gonna try one more test with the stacking. Okay. Okay. All right. It's another data set. Mostly because I just happen to have it more convenient. And all right. So this will be one more test with the yes, I am still live. I am indeed. It's and welcome back, Chris. How are you feeling, by the way? Are you feeling any better? I see I see clouds. So that's not super encouraging. But I'm not going to stop the stream even if the clouds start totally messing this up, just because I want to do one more test with Siril. What the heck? Yeah, okay. Oh, that sucks. Headaches on and off. You know, I was feeling a little off on and off the last few days, but I don't know what it was. I think it's just not eating right or something. I don't know. And it wasn't ironically on Thanksgiving that I felt that way. It was other days I felt kind of a little off. But all right. So let's go to change the directory to, I'm going to process this data Chris with a K sent me as well with on M31, a mosaic. But unlike the M33 mosaic had 800 frames, and this the M31 had 1300 frames. So we'll see how that goes. All right, lights, deep air. Okay. Actually, one thing I need to do is see how much space I have left on this SSD. Okay. No. I'm not playing. That's weird. That's not good. I mean, I have the stream on the headphones, but the headphones shouldn't have been picked up by the mic. Huh. Let me try it with it over here. Testing 1, 2, 3. That's really weird. Maybe my hearing just isn't that good. I didn't hear it on the Okay. Yeah, I mean, they were right over here, and these are like, yeah. One thing that I find it somewhat believable. The thing is with this mic, I mean, I believe it, but this mic theoretically isn't that sensitive, but I did have the volume turned up quite a bit on the headphones for some reason. I think I was like listening for something subtle, but then I had them off to the side. Yeah, but the good thing is, like, I actually didn't hear it, but actually, let me scrub back and see if I hear it. Now I'm curious. Actually, the question would be how much of a delay. If it was a short delay, then it must have been some kind of echo. If it was a long delay, like a few seconds, then it was the headphones. Because the headphones, I'm trying to think if there's any other audio in here. I mean, I don't hear anything, but the audio on the headphones is actually not the live audio. It's not my local audio. It's actually audio coming back through the stream. So that's weird. And also kind of, oh well. Okay, so did I process all 1600 already? That was fast. Okay, let's do the astrometric plate solving. All right. Okay, whatever those clouds were that were coming through seem to have passed. But it's probably going to be hit or miss here, but that's okay. At some point I'll stop. I'll stop for the evening. So this will be a good test because this will be 1300 1300 frames in a mosaic, in a astrometric mosaic. Okay. What? It only processed 747? That's not encouraging. Okay, half a second behind. Interesting. That's very interesting. Okay, cool. So, what am I doing here? Okay, so I did that, so let's do the registration. It bothers me that it only got 700 at 1300. I wonder. But it's like doing an astrometric. It shouldn't. Let me look. Maybe there's... That's so strange. Well, that might be something to try on another day, but... So... All right, so it'll be 4,000 by 4,000. Okay. Yeah, it bothers me that it only got... So I need to look into that. Why did it not get all of them? Still, even if it does work with 700, that's still better than it had been working, which wasn't which was only with like 300 or 400. Let's look at these. Very strange. And it's not like any of these were failed frames. I mean, these all look reasonable. It's interesting watching it, how it moves. Let's see how it's doing. Okay. 747. Let's try stacking it. I'm not seeing anything that would suggest that it shouldn't have gotten almost all of them. Okay, computing normalization. And now, let's see how much memory this will chew up. All right. 9 gig of memory, not too bad. Let's see. Again, I don't know why it... I mean, these all look good. Yeah, I mean, it's none of it's very strange. All right. Huh. Oh, these were okay. All right. Yeah, I might try reprocessing that again some other night. I mean, some like over the weekend, but yeah. Yeah, again, the CPU fans are spooling up. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, let's see. So it was on Discord what target? This is, what is this? M44. Yeah, it's a star cluster. Yeah, because I there were some other targets I was thinking of, and I wanted to do a little bit of a mosaic, but maybe not like a particularly large one. And then, yeah, no, it was, and the thing that kind of intrigued me about M33 specifically is, well, first off, I can try drizzling this to try to make things more crisp, but it has a bunch of galaxies in it. Now they're not super bright, but I'm just kind of curious. And I mean they're small, but I always find those kind of interesting. So I'm gonna try to see if I can process and see any of them, and if any of them look like galaxies. They probably don't. They're probably too small. Especially given that some of them are icy. Although let me look that up. M33 galaxies. What? Nice. These, of course, this is from Hubble, but geez, look at that. All those little galaxies. Oh, that was a tiny spot of it. So let's look at something more. How many galaxies can you see? Yeah. Anyway, but yeah. So that was kind of part of why I wanted to try it, but because the mosaic ends up, you know, kind of maybe not getting as much data in a specific area, I should definitely try to revisit this. Maybe I'll revisit this on Monday, because I can get the core, the core of M33 and theoretically all these galaxies. So, and maybe this might be a good one. Well, let me see what. See, the problem is the framing for the equatorial is all wrong. So let me make note of that for Monday. If I end up doing a live stream Monday, because it looks like it might be clear, maybe, but it might not. Yeah, I've done the Pleiades. I did it actually not tonight, but I did it some other night. Let me see. Okay, let's see how this stack looks first. Oh, nice. Nice. So let me look at the histogram. Yeah, what I need to figure out is why it dropped a bunch of the frames. Because really, that shouldn't have. But not too bad. But yeah, as far as yeah, this is looking nice. As far as the Pleiades, I had done it a couple of times. I haven't I started reprocessing these, but then I stopped because it was getting I wasn't sure that I was concerned it was going to take too long. So I'll probably reprocess these at some point. But these are both mosaics I had, just slight mosaics I had shot with the mosaic mode. You can tell by the chunk that's missing from the corner there, where it either stopped or started rejecting a lot of frames. This one's complete, but it's also a little smaller. But yeah, that's a good target. The other problem I have is just my skies are really restricted. Like I was like showing this view like looking straight up, like this is the horizon. I can only see a fraction of the sky. And it's kind of, well, this isn't real. I need to redo the mapping, but still, it's like I can barely see past the meridian. I can see mostly, I can see pretty low certain directions, but mostly, yeah, it's just a big pain. Let's see what's down here. Yeah, so there's a couple different ways some people do photos, and yeah, no, that's what I did. Well, I'll drop the link to the video. There's a video that actually shows, not one that I did, but a video. Let me see. Let's see, sorry. Okay. Okay, here. And what I, sorry, let me go. Yeah. So this video shows how to put a picture of your horizon in Stellarium. What I did was, like there's apps that you can get, but I just used a web app where you kind of, I stood in one place and kind of moved my phone around, kind of tracing an outline with the camera of the buildings, and it the app outputs like these like the angle and the azimuth for the full circle, and then you drop it on a file, and then you edit another configuration file, and then when you do that in Stellarium, it then will show up. I always push the wrong one. It shows up in your landscapes. So I created in just the original name of my backyard, but the video I dropped in the description actually shows how to do a photo, which I've also planned on redoing it with the photo, but for now I just have this. But yeah, before I had to guess, and because of the highly restricted sky, it was a huge pain. And so eventually I ended up doing this, and it's not 100% accurate, but it's close enough that it helps a lot. Like I can see that Orion is already in this section, and it's gonna soon kind of be blocked by another building. And just kind of looking around, seeing what else. This might be the last thing I end up imaging tonight, honestly, because it is getting late, and inevitably I will get woken up in the morning, as is often the case. The vacuum cleaner galaxy. That's another thing. Now I'm behind on my Messier objects. I need to look into that. Yeah, I could. I mean, I did do the rosette. I did it a few days ago. Yeah, a few days ago. And I here was the out of telescope mosaic, which isn't, it's kind of dark, but you can at least see it. And then I ended up taking the fit file that was already stacked, and I ran it through a bunch of things and came up with this. So same thing. Believe it or not, same fit file. Literally the same fit file. This is what the Seestar produces, and this is what I was able to get out of it. I mean, it's still like got some noise on it, but I was pretty happy with like some of the detail that came out of this. Yeah. 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 No, it's no, I'm pretty pleased with that. But you know, I mean, yeah, it wasn't that. It was just using Siril and Cosmic Clarity, or the City Astro stuff, Cosmic Clarity and Graxpert. Um, I actually processed this earlier on the stream, around 3 hours ago on the stream. Based on these file modification times. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, actually I dropped the file. It's, if you look in on Discord, there's a I only dropped the JPEG or the PNG, but it's in a live streams channel. Like under a few under general, so it's like processing, Comet, Solar, and live streams. That's the one where it's oh, that's nice. Seiko published image of sorry, of the Pleiades in Discord. That looks really nice. Let me open that up. This is a photo Seiko put in Discord. Very nice. Yeah, it's not it's only lightly processed as far as like auto stretching and saving as a JPEG. That's very nice. Very, very nice. Yeah, and so yeah, if you, oh, the fit, oh yeah, sure. Let me drop the fit in there. All right, I'll see if I can drop the fit in there. Let me see. Okay. Sorry, my so this is just the fit that well, I'll send the original fit. So this is the original fit, or the raw fit, with no processing that came out of the Seestar itself. Let's see if that works. Will it work? Yeah, there you go. Anyway, yeah, I just dumped it in Discord. Yeah, no, it actually took the fit file. It did. Yeah, no, we use I've used Google Drive quite a bit for that kind of stuff, but that actually worked. Yep. Yeah, so cool. This is progressing. It did fill in all the gaps, and it's still going, so that's good. But I probably may call it an evening soon. Yeah, no, that's cool. Yeah, Siril, I'd been using. There were some bugs in the dev version that made it really hard for me to use it all the time on my Mac. because I don't have enough space on my Mac, I do a lot of processing on an external SSD, and there were a few versions in a row where it was not calculating the space correctly, the space free. And so it would refuse to stack the dev version. And there was also a bug in one or two of the release versions that were similar. Anyway, they've since fixed it, and so that allowed me to do more processing with the dev version. And now that these mosaics are stacking, the astrometric mosaics, like, yeah, I think I might just be start exclusively using it. Plus, that combined with better dithering, or the real dithering, that is. For me, that's one of the big features, is the dithering. But there's other stuff in here I like the curves tool transformation. That I've used that for a little bit of touch up on the images instead of bringing it into something like GIMP or Affinity Photo. So yeah, this is progressing. I think I might have to call it a night, because I'm yeah, I've been, although it is funny, I'm like just 10 minutes less than the longest live stream I've ever had. It's almost up to 7 hours now. But was there anything else I was going to image? That's really any burning things? I don't think there are. Although I was going to look into what Messier objects are visible for me right now, because I am missing a number of them, but a lot of these look familiar, so not sure. Planet, I think I've gotten, but I really need to go through my list. Now let's see. Let's I'll sometimes do it before the end of the stream, but a lot of times I'll do it right at the end of the stream. I go look to see how conditions will be. And this looks kind of okay, but this bothers me. I mean, granted, this is 2 days away, or more than 2 days away, but my current plan is I was going to go have a live stream on Monday evening, and I would do live observing, and I could start at like 7. And if these clouds don't roll in until after 10, then I'd get 3 hours, which is fine for a Monday. But if it goes the other direction where the clouds roll in earlier, I'll have to reconsider. I may not do a live stream then. But if it's clear, I definitely will. And then, unfortunately, it's going to be a bus, so I will be doing I'll do at least one live stream next week. I just don't know when. If it's clear, it'll definitely be Monday. I need to work on the remote telescope stuff, and then I might be able to do it. Like I'll do another live stream whenever. But yeah, let's see. I do like open clusters too, especially ones where they have where the stars are different colors. I always like that. And this one isn't dropping a lot at the moment, so that's encouraging. But yeah, yeah, I might start wrapping it up. Thanks everybody for joining. Thank you for, yeah, thanks for joining and watching. And I appreciate it. If you haven't liked the video, please like the video because it does help. Like and subscribe, that all that jazz. And I think I will leave it at that for the evening. So unless anybody has anything else, I think I'm just looking at stuff. Half the time when I end the stream, it ends up misfiring. So, but yeah, I think I'm going to leave it at that. Thanks everybody for joining. And like I say, like and subscribe, join the Discord server. And I will see you all next time. Yeah, good night. Thanks. Let's see if this actually ends the stream this time. All right, let's try. I'm going to have to just end the stream manually. It's pretty funny. I need to figure out why this is doing this, but let's try this. Nope. Let's try. Which one is it?